more science fiction reruns from you. I barely made it through your Star Wars show.
That's Star Trek, Al.
Whatever. What the frack is going on here? And what time is it?
It's Podblast time! That's right. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. This is actually the newest edition of the Nostalgic Podblast. That's right. It's Podblast time. How are you, my friends? As we're live, I've had some behind-the-scenes issues tonight, and I wanted to explain. I did announce I had a couple really cool guests who will be on, who unfortunately, one of them had a family and medical emergency. That's all I know. That's all I can say. That's all I will say, because that's all I know. I just went full circle with that. And so I wanted to do a 45th anniversary special Podblast to celebrate the 45th anniversary of Battlestar Galactica. So, of course, it's Podblast time. This is your weird, informative, and hopefully fun time capsule of memories of days gone by as we forge ahead together in the game of life. Remember the Milton Bradley board game Life? I was more of a Monopoly man myself. But right now we're reminiscing about life, specifically pop culture history and life experiences that we all have in common. Be you a boomer, a Gen Xer, a millennial, or even a Zia, Gen Z for zero. I'm kidding. Gen Z, hey, everyone's welcome here. That's what the Nostalgic Podblast is all about. This is the Nostalgia Show with a bite. Because it bites. Welcome, I'm Chance Bartels, your host. No relation to Chance the Rapper. Because I'm ugly. But hey, in all seriousness, we've got a good one for you today. As Steve Harvey says at the beginning of Family Feud. Now, for some continuity, last time I asked you, who do you think was a total babe or a stud in the 1960s, 1970s, or 1980s decades on television, in movies, or in music? And I have an update for you of a couple of sex symbols that I didn't mention in the interest of time. They did not slip my mind. I just didn't want to have like another 6-hour show. Who's got the time to listen to a 6-hour show unless you listen in stages? But I do want to direct listeners, be you on Apple or Google or Podbean or FistFulOfRadio out of Atlanta, I would encourage you to go to the YouTube channel, The Nostalgic, with a C. It's not nostalgia, it's nostalgic. The Nostalgic Podblast, so you can see all the Battlestar Galactica collectibles I'm going to show you. But even if you don't care to see them or my ugly mug, that's cool, because this show is designed for the listener in mind. I play clips or music while I'm showing these things for the viewers so that the listener is not left out and is not in the dark. But if you do want to see and you're listening, just Google search The Nostalgic Podblast. Right at the top, you'll see the YouTube channel. And this particular video is called Battlestar Galactica, The First 45 Years. And you'll see all this stuff on comic boxes in the background. Then you'll know you're in the right place, and just shuttle search through it if you just want to see the items in my collection. But I do have some great audio clips exclusive from my vault to your ears and your eyes. Things that are not on YouTube. I was hoping they'd be on YouTube. It'd save me work of conversion. But I have it all for you now. Exclusive stuff from the stars themselves of Battlestar Galactica, from the creators of Battlestar Galactica themselves. On the special effects side, the Glenn A. Larson side, who was the creator of the show. A lot of good information for you. So that's a couple of the main topics, a brief update on sex symbols of the past. But Battlestar Galactica is going to be the bulk of what we talk about today. But then I have the usual features like the nostalgic treat of the week that you can't buy anymore, the TV cliche of the week, the nostalgic and outdated expression of the week with the origin of said expression, all of that stuff. And also I'm going to show you every comic book cover of the Marvel comic book Battlestar Galactica comic book series. And there are 23 issues of that series. So I have about a 10-minute clip that'll be playing as I show those comic books. So you're covered if you don't want to see or can't watch. If you're listening, if you're driving a truck somewhere, thank you for that. You help keep the country moving. Or if you're just reclining, if you're in a hammock somewhere, just listening because you want to wax nostalgic with me, first of all, thanks for doing that. But second of all, it's all good because this is all designed for your ears as well as your eyes. But you can do either, and it'll all be fine. So for YouTubers and Facebookers out there, you're going to see all this stuff from my collection. But before all of that, let's begin with this. Happy 45th anniversary to Battlestar Galactica in its debut, which blasted onto TV screens in the USA on the ABC television network opposite the Emmy Awards on CBS, and the debut of King Kong, the 1976 version on NBC. And that version of King Kong that NBC televised had deleted scenes. And I know they rebroadcast it in 1986 throughout the years after the September 17th, 1978 premiere. And since then, Paramount Pictures has released King Kong 1976 on Blu-ray with those deleted scenes. It makes it a better movie. I like it, okay? And I know a lot of you, I know Tom Williams is probably cursing me, saying, "How dare you, sir? The Fay Ray original is the best." And nothing wrong with that opinion, and I get it. And you did have a mechanical Kong like you had a mechanical shark in Jaws, but the mechanical Kong had its moments with the hand anyway, the mechanical hand grabbing Dwan, played by Jessica Lange, and that movie introduced Jessica Lange, who at this stage of her career has gotten the most accolades of all time. And of course, she was in Tootsie in 1982 with Dustin Hoffman. The original gender-bending comedy before Mrs. Doubtfire, Robin Williams in 1994, I think it was, but I digress. When Battlestar Galactica premiered on September 17th, 1978, which was a Sunday night, I was 7 years old, and I begged my parents to allow me to stay up until 11 on a school night to watch the entire show, which fortunately for me, back then, they allowed me to do. They were hip to Star Wars. We all saw it as a family, and I remember my little sister Nicole was watching. She must have been 3 years old at the time. And that was the latest I'd ever stayed up in my life at the time. And by the way, actually, I got to stay up past 11. We'll get to that later. But the 3-hour Battlestar Galactica pilot was titled Saga of a Star World. And it was written by the show's creator, Glenn A. Larson. And later, I'll explain how actually it was created in 1969 and pitched to the networks. Actually, he'll tell you in his own words in an interview. But it was rejected back then. Thank goodness for Star Wars being a blockbuster at the box office in June 1977. Yes, I know it debuted May 25th, 1977, but that was in limited release. Really didn't go wide for a couple weeks after that in early June 77, and then it took off. But thanks to Star Wars, the networks were receptive, and they demanded an outer space setting and vehicle on television set in outer space. But that 3-hour pilot, written and created by Glenn A. Larson, was directed by Richard A. Colla. C-O-L-L-A is how his last name is spelled, with some scenes directed by Alan J. Levy. And he had directed episodes of The Incredible Hulk, created by Kenneth Johnson, who's been on this Podblast. I was honored to interview him a while back. But the Alan J. Levy scenes were uncredited, but they're there. Now, you'll remember this name. I know a lot of you will, especially if you're a boomer, even if you're a Gen Xer, if you're a science fiction head like I am in terms of reading and watching on television, the name Leslie Stevens will ring a bell. And he was the producer as a supervisor for the 3-hour pilot, as well as all of season 1, whom many of you will know from the original Outer Limits television show on ABC, which debuted in September 1963 and ran through January 1965. The Outer Limits back then was a black and white hour-long anthology akin to a Twilight Zone that was canceled in the middle of its second season because the monster craze in America, the fad had come and gone. And you saw shows like The Munsters and The Addams Family get canceled soon thereafter. So just like anything else, like in Hollywood, after Star Wars was released, outer space was in. In the 80s, it was the Vietnam movie, thanks to the success of Platoon. Then you had Hamburger Hill and Full Metal Jacket and a whole bunch more. There was the vampire phase, thanks to the Twilight movies. And then you had the Vampire Diaries on television, the TV answer to Twilight on the big screen. So it's a cycle in Hollywood. You want to strike while the iron is hot. And after Star Wars came out, you had Star Crash, all these terrible low-budget movies made in Italy, some right here in America. But truth be told, the plot for Battlestar Galactica, originally titled Adam's Ark, had been around since 1969. And we'll get to that later. But Leslie Stevens, actually, according to Alan J. Levy, he wrote the script for Battlestar Galactica. Now, Leslie Stevens was one of his best friends. Now, here's a quote from Alan J. Levy. He says, Leslie Stevens, quote, wrote the original script. Leslie was one of my best friends. I do know that Leslie had told me at one time, way before he ever got into the script, that he had this great idea for a script that he was going to take to Glenn Larson to talk about. Now, whether in a court of law, that would mean that Leslie came up with it and took it, and Glenn said, fine, we're going to do it or not, I can't tell you. I wasn't there, unquote, Alan J. Levy. Or Levy, however you pronounce it. However, no further information has surfaced yet to support Alan J. Levy's claim. Aside from this, it is known that Leslie Stevens wrote a 2-hour Battlestar Galactica episode titled The Beta Pirates, which sounds pretty cool, and I read some of it. It's a good story, but it was never produced because ABC dropped the axe on Battlestar Galactica after its first year. I want to read a little from my TV Bible about Battlestar Galactica. And then I have an awesome piece of audio for you from the stars themselves. And it's exclusive to the Nostalgic Podblast as we're live here towards the end of 2023. It's not on YouTube. It's not anywhere except in my collection. For now, I'm sure others that are out there. I don't know why it's not been uploaded. But anyway, here's my book. And when I say my TV Bible, this is the complete directory to primetime network TV shows, 1946 to present. 1988, I have the 1988 edition, written by Tim Brooks and Earl Marsh. And there are some errors in this listing that I'll interject and correct. This book is usually mostly accurate. It is mostly accurate, but there are a few mistakes. I find more errors online on the internet, on Wikipedia and the like, than I do in print generally. But there are mistakes in print. And there's a couple boo-boos here. But the original run of Battlestar Galactica, not Galactica 1980, we'll talk about that later, ran from September 17th, 1978. I know I'm repeating myself, but I just want to reiterate that. And it ended on August 17th, 1980, which was the second season, if you will, a Galactica 1980 rerun. It aired on Sunday night originally from 8 to 9, and then later from Saturday from 8 to 9, and then Sunday from 7 to 8 as Galactica 1980. The cast consisted of Lorne Greene from Bonanza as Commander Adama, Richard Hatch, not the goofball that won the first Survivor that didn't pay his taxes and went to jail. No, actor Richard Hatch, who had been previously on the streets of San Francisco, replacing Michael Douglas. That Richard Hatch, he played Captain Apollo. Then you had Dirk Benedict, later who starred in the A-Team, co-starred in the A-Team, as Lieutenant Starbuck. And he was in the very last original Battlestar Galactica, which was an episode of Galactica 1980. We'll talk about it. Herb Jefferson Jr. played Lieutenant Boomer. Maren Jensen, who was like a gorgeous, gorgeous model actress, akin to Angelina Jolie, but without the insanity. She played Athena, the sister to Apollo and Zach, played by Rick Springfield. Yeah, that Rick Springfield, as in Jesse's girl, Rick Springfield. He'd been on Wonder Woman season 2 before this, around this same time. So this wasn't, people say this was the first big acting he did. No. He was in the Screamin' Javelin season 2 episode of Wonder Woman, but I digress. Tony Schwartz played Jolly, Sergeant Jolly. Noah Hathaway was Little Boxy, who later did the movies, The Never-Ending Story in the mid-1980s. Terry Carter, who is a very successful guy, he started a company in 1979 that just took off, and he's in his 90s. He played Commander Ty. So he was an African-American, let's just say black. He was a black actor, whether he was from Africa or not. No, the actor descended from there. I mean, the character. So I'm referring to the character. You can't call him African because he's from outer space. He played Colonel Ty, a leader. Loretta Spang played Cassiopeia, who was a space hooker on the show, and you'll hear in her own words, she'll talk about it. They called the role or the profession a socialator. You dirty socialator, someone says to her in the script, in the story, in the scene. And then later they made her a nurse when it became a weekly part, because she was just supposed to be in the 3-hour opening pilot. 3-hour premiere. John Colicos, Canadian actor who had been in Star Trek as a Klingon in the season 1 episode titled Errand of Mercy, played the traitor Count Baltar, who was a human on the council who betrayed the human race. Anne Lockhart, daughter of June Lockhart from Lost in Space, played Sheba. She came along in the middle of season 1. And then Kent McCord was in the Galactica 1980, of course, from Adam 12. He's one of the most bland actors out there, but I love Adam 12. That's another story. We'll get into the cast of Galactica 1980 later. And my book, speaking of 1980, says this actor is Robbie Risk, and that's more apt. His name is Robbie Wrist, like your hand, a wrist that connects your hand to your skeleton or whatever, femur. Robbie Wrist, but everything, he was like the kiss of death. When that guy showed up, it was akin to Jump on the Shark. The show was doomed. He was best known as playing Cousin Oliver on the Brady Bunch. If he listens or watches the show, man, I'm sorry. It's just a fact. I mean, you know that. You're like the Fred Freiberger of the acting world. Fred Freiberger produced the last season of Star Trek, the last season of The Wild Wild West, the last season of Space 1999, and a bunch of other shows. He also was the kiss of death. Producer and writer Fred Freiberger. Battlestar Galactica was the most highly publicized new series of the fall 1978 television schedule. Reported to have cost $1 million per hour to produce, the highest budget ever for a regular series. At the time, it used spectacular special effects to depict a mighty life and death struggle between the forces of good and evil in outer space, thousands of years into the future. Lasers flashed. No, they didn't. We'll talk about it later. Majestic spaceships lumbered through deep space. And dashing, caped heroes fought half-human, half-robot villains. No, they were all robot. The Cylons. For no less than the survival of mankind. If this sounds like a copy of the movie Star Wars, it was. Battlestar Galactica was such a literal imitation of Star Wars that the producers of the movie sued ABC, actually 20th Century Fox did, for quote-unquote stealing their film. Part of the similarity lay in the special effects, such as laser battles. That's not true. Now, in outer space, they showed lasers, but the guns just fired. You saw a beam of light at the base. Anyway, we'll get into that because that was a key point of the lawsuit between Fox and ABC. Getting back to my TV Bible, special effects such as laser battles and close-ups of the spacecraft, which were created by John Dykstra, the same man who worked on Star Wars in the special effects department. The setting was the 7th millennium AD. Galactica was the only surviving Battlestar in a surprise attack by the evil Cylons, aided by the treacherous Count Baltar. He shattered interplanetary peace and wiped out most of humankind. Now the Cylons were pursuing the Galactica, the only surviving Battlestar, so they thought, and her attendant fleet of 220 smaller spacecraft behind the Galactica as they sped through space toward a last refuge, a distant, unknown planet called Earth. How peaceful it looks. Commanding the mile-wide Galactica. Now, I got to interject here. There was a Space 1999 Season 1 episode titled Mission of the Darians that had a mile-wide spaceship that had a nuclear holocaust on it, and the people are eating their own, and they created a fake religion. That's a great, underrated episode from Season 1. I have it on film, 16mm reel-to-reel film. It's on Blu-ray. It's on YouTube. I would recommend. Joan Collins is in it. It's called Mission of the Darians, and it's got some horror elements in it. It's a great episode, but it is trying to find another planet. It's just like the premise of Battlestar Galactica, but that was filmed in 1974, whereas Galactica was filmed in 1978, in the summer of 78. But I digress, in a way. Commanding the mile-wide Galactica was the stoic, silver-haired Adama. His son Apollo and Zach led the Galactica's fighter squadron. Actually, his little brother didn't. He was all ecstatic to be a warrior. So scratch that from the record. I messed up. Let's just get back to the script. I was trying to be clever and interject that, but I just remembered my mind caught up with my mouth. Adama's son Apollo led the Galactica's fighter squadron. Another son was killed off by the Cylons in the premiere. That's Zach, played by Rick Springfield. Starbuck was his ace pilot, as well as a smooth-talking con artist and ladies' man. Han Solo, anyone? Muffet was the mechanical canine Daggett. Hear me clearly, Daggett with a D. Many other characters came and went from the large cast, including the singing android sisters who entertained with 2 sets of mouths apiece and 2 sets of eyes. They freaked the hell out of me. They were like fembots on steroids, and they had these big heads. They were actually only in the 3-hour premiere episode in Pilot Saga of a Star World. We'll talk about them later. And I have some music and a clip of them I want to share with you. But they entertained with 2 sets of mouths in a surrealistic outer space bar, people by oddly shaped creatures from other civilizations. Remember that scene in Star Wars in the cantina? Despite the hype, the audience for Galactica declined sharply. That's not true. We'll talk about it later. It did decline, but not sharply. Until eventually, only the kids were left watching. Now, it might mean in Galactica 1980, because they're lumping the cast, and this whole article, I'm about to get into a little bit of Galactica 1980. Not to get ahead of myself, I just want to read this passage, and then we'll get into the clips in just a moment as I take a break and drink some coffee and have a Snickers. I'm going to have a little fun-size Snickers bar. As we're approaching Halloween 2023, fun-size candy bars ain't so fun. They're so small. They're too little. Nothing fun about a fun-size candy bar. I loved it when I trick-or-treat and people would leave a full-size candy bar. That's the best. All right, so maybe they're talking about the Galactica 1980 ratings. So, anyway. Galactica left the air after a single season. Okay, so they are, you know what? I take it back. So they are referring to season 1 where the ratings declined sharply, which it did not. It did decline. You'll hear the truth in a moment from sources in the crew of the show and others. So that's BS. I want to correct. Until eventually only the kids were left watching. It left the air after a single season, then returned in early 1980, retitled Galactica 1980. Should have been called Galactica: The Next Generation, because the new series was set 30 years later, and only Lorne Greene remained from the original regular cast. That's not true. Herbert Jefferson Jr. as Boomer was brought back, and they grayed up his hair to make it look like it was 30 years later and put makeup on him, make him look a little older. Galactica had finally reached Earth. In the premiere, Galactica Discovers Earth of Galactica 1980, Part 1, the Galactica 1980 was another 3-hour deal, but instead of airing in one night, it aired in 3 weekly 1-hour installments over a 3-week period, titled Galactica Discovers Earth, Parts 1, Parts 2, and Part 3. So when they reached Earth, they found that the Cylons had followed them and they were planning to destroy the Earth too. Captain Troy, who was boxy as an adult, played by Kent McCord, one of the worst actors ever, and Lieutenant Dylan, Troy and Dylan, kind of reminds me of Coy and Vance on the Dukes of Hazzard during the holdout for more money from Tom Wopat and John Schneider back in the day. After this, in time, it was after Battlestar Galactica that happened. But all right, Captain Troy, boxy as an adult, and Lieutenant Dylan, Troy and Dylan, were sent to the planet's surface incognito to enlist the aid of California's high-powered Pacific Institute of Technology in preparing Earth for the forthcoming battle. Novice TV newswoman Jamie Hamilton of United Broadcasting Network latched onto them and, sensing a big story, insisted she accompany Troy and Dylan when they were called back to the mothership, the Galactica. Also in the revamped cast were Dr. Z, a 14-year-old boy genius, they didn't mention this in the TV Bible, who's half human, half alien, we find out later in the show, and Xavier, a renegade member of Galactica's 12-man ruling council, played by actor Richard Lynch. So that's what my TV Bible says about Galactica. About to get into the first series of clips. But before that, I want to talk about the music of Battlestar Galactica, because at the very beginning of the show, after the ITC logo that I like to play at the beginning of the Nostalgic Podblast every week, you heard what I think is the best piece of music on Battlestar Galactica, the piece of music that would accompany the episode title and the guest stars of that week's episode. I love that piece of music. I couldn't find it. Actually, I literally got it from my Blu-ray set, which is in the background next to the DVD set that I bought, which is encased in a giant Cylon head. It was great packaging for the DVD set. But that great, grand music for Battlestar Galactica, the original series, was composed by Stu Phillips, who conducted the Los Angeles Philharmonic Orchestra. Stu Phillips collaborated with Glenn A. Larson on many of Glenn's TV shows, such as Buck Rogers in the 25th Century, BJ and the Bear, and the BJ and the Bear spinoff titled The Misadventures of Sheriff Lobo on NBC. The Fall Guy on ABC, Stu Phillips scored most of the episodes, not all, but most of the episodes of Fall Guy. And of course, Knight Rider with that iconic theme tune that was sampled. Can't play it. It's heavily protected by NBC, Comcast Universal, but you know it. I'm off key. I can't do it. Forgive me. That was terrible. But that's just an iconic theme tune. Watch me get flagged for that terrible rendition. Pull the hook around me there and get me off the stage. That was pathetic. But getting back to Battlestar Galactica, on September 17th, 1978, the full 148-minute pilot premiered on ABC to high Nielsen ratings. It beat the Emmys, beat everything on the air against it. But get this, on the East Coast and in the Central Time Zones, 2/3 of the way through the broadcast, I remember this, ABC interrupted the 3-hour Battlestar Galactica premiere epic with a special report of the signing of the Camp David Accords at the White House by Israeli Prime Minister and the Egyptian President, Sadat, witnessed by then U.S. President Jimmy Carter. After the ceremony, ABC, the American Broadcasting Company, resumed the broadcast at the point where it was interrupted. So it picked up where it left off. This interruption did not occur on the West Coast. That's why I say I got to stay up past 11 o'clock. My parents said, yeah, we can watch the whole thing. And they let me stay up. It was probably more like 11, close to 11:30 before I went to sleep that night when I was 7 years old. After the Battlestar Galactica pilot Saga of a Star World aired, a recut 125-minute theatrical version was given a nationwide United States cinema release in May of 1979, but it had also premiered in Canada before that, even before it aired on television. It was on the big screen in Canada. The pilot of Battlestar Galactica had originally been announced as the first of 3 made-for-TV movies. But after the broadcast of the second episode, a 2-parter, Lost Planet of the Gods, Glenn A. Larson announced that ABC wanted it to be a weekly show and the format would change to a weekly series, catching his writing and production staff off guard. This resulted in several crash-of-the-week episodes until other scripts could resume. The second week offering, which is a 2-parter airing in 2 consecutive weeks titled Lost Planet of the Gods, also introduced a costume change from the original 3-hour premiere in the Warrior's dress uniform, which it featured a gold-trimmed cape falling to the upper thigh. Because of the costume change, they lost the cape. A portion of the pilot was reshot, but in a lot of publicity shots, you see that cape. This refilmed version was released in cinemas in 1979 in the U.S. It had already been in Canada. The original version of the Warrior's dress uniform, a plain mid-thigh length cape, is documented in the official Battlestar Galactica scrapbook by James Neeland, spelled Neyland, in 1978. Now, I already went through the cast, but also in the cast was someone who previously had a very unique credit, the special guest star credit. Special guest star Jonathan Harris as Dr. Zachary Smith on Lost in Space. But here in Battlestar Galactica, in the regular weekly series, his voice was used to voice Lucifer, the android right-hand robot of Baltar, the traitor human. And Jonathan Harris did the voice, but he was uncredited, so he went from being a special guest star credit to no credit on Battlestar, but he cashed the checks, right? I'm about to get to the clips here. The smash rating success that Battlestar Galactica delivered to ABC caused the rival network CBS to counter-program Galactica by moving its Sunday block of All in the Family, the final season of All in the Family, I might add, before it became Archie Bunker's place in the fall of 79. But it counter-programmed All in the Family and Alice an hour earlier to compete head-to-head with Battlestar Galactica Sunday nights at 8. Before this time slot change, Galactica was opposite a dud, the hour-long Mary Tyler Moore variety show simply titled Mary on CBS, which had in its cast Michael, I'm Batman, Keaton, of all people, and David Letterman in the cast of Mary, the variety show, which lasted only 1 year. But NBC had a show called The Big Event opposite NBC, which was a weekly showcase of different special programming, which had debuted on September 26th, 1976, and ran until September 27th, 1981. after Galactica and Galactica 1980 had gone off the air. Now, here's the first series of clips. What this is, let me explain. It's not on YouTube or anywhere else at the moment. It's probably going to wind up there. I don't know. But I'm going to play it for you tonight. Overall, this is about 38 minutes of footage, but I'm going to split it up because it's bad audio, bad radio to play a long clip like that. So I'm going to play segments, maybe a 10-minute segment, but I'll interject in it. And the audio quality is good, but sometimes it gets a little muffled. It's still more than listenable, but it does get muffled, which is annoying. I don't know what happened there. It was when I transferred, because I was using a videotape, a stereo videotape, trying to digitally convert it for your ears. So I'm sorry, but if it gets muffled, it'll come back. But it is very frustrating because I'm a perfectionist. I sound like, to quote the cable guy with his lisp, played by Jim Carrey. I love that movie. I'm starting to digress. Let me stay focused, Chance. Stay focused. But I love the cable guy. Just that was an underrated movie written and directed by Ben Stiller. I'm a perfectionist. Sometimes I feel like the cable guy. Sometimes you feel like a nut. Sometimes you don't. I'm enjoying your nuts. Bounce don't. Anyway. So let's get with it. Let me start the first. This is just a 40-second intro to what I'm going to play for you. And this was called Sciography from the Sci-Fi Channel in the year 1999, which is when I recorded this in high fidelity stereo. But let's listen to the intro. And this is awesome because you have most of the stars talking except for one. And I'm going to give you a tip where you can hear her too from a buddy of mine who just interviewed her. He got a great exclusive interview with one of the main stars of Battlestar Galactica, who is now a very successful businesswoman who's left acting behind her. But let me play the intro, and here we go.
You probably don't remember the 1978 Emmy Awards. Nobody does, because nobody watched them. Sure, all the big names and beautiful faces were there, but America had already made other plans that night.
Here on CBS, ABC stars and shows will receive awards. So will the stars and shows belonging to NBC. So proud are ABC and NBC of their very own shows and stars who will win Emmys here on CBS tonight. That they have scheduled against us a 3-hour debut of the most expensive new series ever made.
That was Norman Lear, who thankfully is still with us. He's 101 years old as we're alive, and I don't want to jinx the man, and he still has his mental faculties, and he's working on bringing the Jeffersons. He's done that for years now. Once a year, they'll do a live on ABC episode of the Jeffersons and All in the Family and the Facts of Life, and I love it. And God bless Norman Lear. So that was Norman Lear speaking at the Emmys in 1978. By the way, that Emmys broadcast in fall of 78 was to celebrate the 1977 to 78 season. And my girl Lindsay Wagner won that night an Emmy for The Bionic Woman for an episode where she played a dual role, playing a convict from the South with a Southern accent, Lisa Galloway, in an episode called Deadly Ringer Part 2. Anyway, wanted to give you that little factoid. That's why this show's called the Nostalgic Podblast. Some people get annoyed and they comment, "You're all over the place." Well, I know. I blast you with different bits of trivia. Sue me. Not the clip holders. No, not y'all. You're too powerful. No, I'm it's just an expression. Just an expression. Okay. Let me see here, and then I'm going to see if anyone's out there. Man, let me explain. This is like the third time that I've gone live, third or fourth. I've just had technical issues and glitches, and I'm now finally in the sweet spot. I'm in the zone, so forgive me. And right now, as we're live, it's past midnight on a Friday night into Saturday morning, technically. So I should have waited to do this in the morning, but I didn't want to be opposite our buddies at BK on the Air on WBHF. I probably should have waited till tomorrow when people are actually awake that can join the conversation live. Sorry. I should have, but I'm drinking coffee while I prepare this show. So I'm wired. I won't be able to go to sleep. No way. I just had to keep going because I'm all on coffee, the legal drug caffeine. So let's see. Let's listen to the first segment. Now, Here is a 10-minute clip. I'll stop the tape if something is said that is not true or something I want to add to, because a 10-minute clip, that's pretty long for a clip, but it's great stuff. It's exclusive stuff that you only find right here in the nostalgic Podblast. Let's roll.
The story of Battlestar Galactica is a long, twisted tale that starts more than 10 years before that night. It's the early 60s, and future Battlestar creator Glenn Larson is in a band called the Four Preps.
We were at Capitol Records about 12 years. We had a number of hits. The Beach Boys give us credit for having come to Redondo Beach High School and inspiring them.
Not a bad claim to fame. 13 top 100 hits and an appearance in the beach film Gidget. But there's more to life than surfing, playing guitar, and beach parties. There's also television.
I was fascinated by television. And while I was on the road with the Four Preps, I carried a little 4-inch Sony with me so I'd keep up on things like The Fugitive and 12 O'Clock High. But I love broadcasting, and I'd always intended to get into that business. So I started trying to write while I was on the road.
So now it's 1967, and Larson has written a screenplay called Adam's Ark. It's a cosmic tale starring a Howard Hughes-like character who leads a group of prodigies into outer space.
Howard Hughes' computers had projected the end of the world. That given certain hostilities and logical conclusions and projections, we had only so much time left. My story started off with all these people being invited to this huge edifice out in the desert. The number one scientist, number one doctor, number one sports figure, number one anything. And a couple of our heroes make their way up to what becomes a flight deck, and they realize that this building has lifted off and is heading out into space.
The story was a bit far out, but hey, it was the 1960s, and through his music connections, he managed to talk the king of space-age bachelor pad music, Henry Mancini, into setting up a meeting at Universal Studios.
I pitched Adam's Ark. And the bottom line is, even though we took it around and tried to get some people interested, science fiction was dead.
He was not able to produce it at that time because Star Trek was an abysmal failure on television. It never cracked the top 50, and nobody wanted to buy Adam's Ark at that point.
They hate us with every fiber of their existence.
So a book like Adam's Ark would never see the light of day, but at least the script got Larson in the door. And it was good enough to get him gigs writing for TV shows like It Takes a Thief and The Virginian. Over the next 10 years, Larson continued climbing the ranks, executive producing such shows as Quincy and The Hardy Boys. But this is where the story takes a strange twist. It's now 1977, and the world is about to be introduced to a film called Star Wars.
I just thought it was terrific. It was a whole new generation of special effects.
It was an amusement park ride. It had thrills and chills. It had humor. It had dashing characters, damsels in distress. It was a great audience-pleasing movie.
In Hollywood, stealing is called borrowing, and in 1977, everyone wanted to borrow the Star Wars science fiction formula. Outer space was back in, and Larson knew it. Adam's Ark, outer space, science fiction, money. Funny how dollars change opinions. Universal was suddenly interested in a script they passed on 10 years earlier, but that didn't matter to Larson. Adam's Ark was back.
So the networks were now interested in science fiction. So we pitched it.
It was a sensational script, whether Star Wars existed or not, but based on the success of Star Wars, it was an opportunity to sell that series.
I did an update on it to make it more current. I even had discussions with Isaac Asimov about this kind of thing. Instead of Adam, I made it Adama, and he was leading a wagon train toward her.
The idea is that out in distant space, there are 12 colonies of man, and they've been fighting a long war against a robotic enemy called the Cylons. And in a sneak attack, sort of like Pearl Harbor, the entire defense fleet for the humanity is destroyed, and the people are left with the option of where are we going to go? And they look into their most ancient mythology and say, we're going to find the lost 13th colony, which just happens to be called Earth.
Pretty cool concept, but would you watch a show called Adam's Ark? Remember, it's Hollywood, and we love to borrow. Star Wars, Death Star. How about Battlestar? Not bad. Give it an exotic twist. Battlestar Galactica. ABC agreed on the title, but how was Larson going to pull this off?
We had to go in and tell them where future episodes would go and how those would work and so forth and so on. And they extracted a certain amount of blood from us in terms of, how we would sustain this as a series.
The answer was simple. Exploding spaceships. Larson needed a special effects guru. Who better to do a Star Wars-like show than the guy who did Star Wars, John Dykstra.
John loved the project. And John said, I think I could bring a team to this and really make this special.
The ideal team would be the same group of people that we use to do the Star Wars work.
Touchdown. Major score for Larson. Dykstra and Industrial Light and Magic were the best, but it meant Dykstra would find himself back in bed with his old boss, Star Wars creator George Lucas.
We said we'd like to use this facility to do this Battlestar Galactica show. I was not privy to the actual conversations, but the presumption is that George vetted the material that was being presented for production in his facility, and he said fine.
Like a protective parent, Lucas became nervous about similarities between Battlestar and Star Wars. He called a meeting between Glenn Larson and Star Wars producer Gary Kurtz.
They were concerned about what our show would be and that it would infringe in any way on their show. And he gave me a list of the things that he would prefer we not do, and we agreed to a list of things which are elude me now. One of them was the laser fires from the gun, so we never did that. We had a little light flash at the muzzle and then an explosion, but we never did those laser streaks and things.
Lucas seemed cool with that, so Larson turned to casting. Now think about this. You have a wagon train in space, and you need a patriarchal leader. Remember Bonanza? They had wagon trains. Why not borrow Lorne Greene?
Doing the show out of space, Battlestar Galactica, that's kind of...
That's Dinah Shore, and this clip is from the Dinah Shore show from August 23rd, 1978, before the September 17th, 1978 premiere of Battlestar Galactica.
From outer space. What is it like?
What is outer space like?
I would like to know.
Well, it's like Dolly Parton. I mean, you don't believe it, but there it is.
Lorne was the established figurehead. Not that we needed familiar faces, but in terms of the patriarch, I thought that the audience would immediately accept him as that.
The most important thing in any series is the chemistry between people, and the magic is created. And when I met him, I think we felt the warmth.
Lorne Greene was a masterstroke by Larson. It was now the network's turn to ante up. The central hero, Apollo, needed team beat cover potential. They suggested Richard Hatch, who had previously been in All My Children and the Streets of San Francisco.
I really did not want to do it, not because of Glenn, not because of anything other than the fact I thought, this is just going to be another one of those, they always do a great movie and then they throw out a TV series to benefit from it.
That's exactly what this was, and Larson needed a hot actor. He persistently showed up at the actor's home in a limo and took him out for expensive meals.
I must say that Glenn was very much a gentleman, very charming, and very, very articulate, and seemed to care a lot about Battlestar. One of the things that really swayed me, as a matter of fact, is that he did seem to have a passion and a caring for the show.
Larson was no doubt one of the best. Hatch agreed to do the show, but that was an easy sell compared to the battle Larson was about to face.
Dirk Benedict was my toughest sell to the network. I really felt he had something special, and I wanted him. Because to me, he was Starbuck. He's got that twinkle. He smokes those little cigars, and he's just a charming guy.
ABC said, absolutely not. We're not going to hire that guy. We do not want him. He's not this, he's not this, he's not old enough, he's not talented enough, he's not funny enough, he's not strong enough, he's not sexy enough. All those things were said. Finally, the final line was, he's just not sexy.
I accepted the person that ABC wanted for the role. He walked in the door, and I had my cast assembled, and I think he wound up being like 5'2", while everyone else was 6 feet tall. And I took one look at it and said, this looks like the Wizard of Oz cast walking along with this and this and this, and it didn't match. And I called him the night before and said, I won't go forward with this piece of casting.
I was forced on them, which is one of the reasons why there was such a bad blood between the network and Universal. It was just an ugly beginning.
Beginning is a key word there. The ugliness was about to get uglier.
While Battlestar Galactica was in the early stages of production, a lawsuit was actually initiated against Universal and the series. George Lucas, the director of Star Wars, and 20th Century Fox, the studio that released Star Wars, felt that Battlestar Galactica infringed on the prerogatives of Star Wars.
The show would not have been possible had Fox not given us the facility and all of the tools to be competitive and to use that technology that they and John had, through George Lucas, had developed. And we could not have gone on the air without that cooperation and help. And yet they were the people that were suing us.
We only hope that they wouldn't at least shut us down, that we could have a chance to show people our story, and that we had something unique and different.
Wait, where you going? Wait, you're a mule ticket out of the military.
There you go. And I'm sorry how it goes in and out like that. That's what she said. Where it gets muffled like that. I don't know what the heck happened. It's not on my source material. But let's continue on. Now, you heard the lawsuit was against, in my book, The Network. That gentleman speaking, he's an author, John Muir. I've met him in New York City in the year 2000. In the year 2000? He says it was against Universal, 20th Century Fox versus Universal. And that's my understanding as well. It wasn't the network ABC that was sued. But maybe they were named in the lawsuit. I didn't look at the actual litigation paperwork. But let's continue on with this great biography of Battlestar Galactica.
It was like giving candy to a kid.
The press rush obviously built the expectations enormously. I mean, the press that came in for the junket from all over the country actually met on the bridge of the Galactica.
Such publicity and such advanced PR going out there that, everybody in the world knew about it.
Everyone except the Canadians, but Universal had a brainstorm, disguise Battlestar as a feature film, and rack up some box office dollars from the unsuspecting Canadians.
I think it was early on in the making of Battlestar Galactica that the studio realized it was going to spend so much money in making this pilot that they were going to have to release it theatrically.
In the 7th millennium, a cosmic war is raging. A handful of surviving humans escape aboard Galactica, the last remaining Battlestar. They must fight their way across the universe, searching for a legendary planet known as Earth.
So it fell to all of us who were making this to make a much better picture.
In Sense Around, you will hear. In Sense Around, you will feel the meteoric impact of intergalactic lore.
The story itself can be told over and over, and the audience will come back and see it again and care about it.
When you see Battlestar Galactica in Sense Around, you will experience the adventure of space as never before.
The Canadians fell for it hook, line, and sinker. Universal banked some major coin, but south of the border, Universal had bigger fish to fry. The lawyers from 20th Century Fox.
First they tried to stop the pilot, and that didn't succeed.
Round one to Larson. America would finally see the show that waited more than 10 years to launch.
The audience was primed and ready. It was a 3-hour event heralded by a cover on TV guide.
The night of the premiere, everybody was nervous only because NBC and CBS were throwing everything they could throw at us.
But Battlestar showed no fear. The publicity machine had helped Larson throw his best punch.
We knocked the Emmys off the air. We knocked King Kong off the air. And people on the Academy broadcast were saying, I'd like to say goodnight to my kids, but I know they're watching Battlestar Galactica.
It's a miracle.
So we went to set the next day, and, there was a great deal of excitement and relief because the show did do so well and did extraordinary numbers against the competition, such tough competition.
So the show was a hit, and with a hit comes fame.
Fame is such an enigmatic experience because I remember going on the Mike Douglas show, and I remember there was about 400 girls there for the basic games. And got attacked by 400 girls who were cutting my hair, ripping my clothes off, doing all those things that we'd read about, you know, and I've never had this experience in my life.
Dirk and Richard became, you know, the golden boys of TV. They were like, you know, the hunks. And it was wonderful. There were, you know, people would come and visit the set and bring their, like, daughters, and these little girls would just go, oh.
When I was a kid, I always thought that hanging out with Apollo would be cool because he was like a nice guy. But now, as an adult, I want to hang out with Starbuck because he gets all the women.
No, Starbuck was a womanizer, and the way the business works, after I did that, then that's what I was seen as. So I did a lot of womanizer. On screen. Off screen is a different story.
Dirk had the chance to play the cowboy. The cigar-chewing, rogue kind of guy who flew off and did missions and was heroic in that kind of a way.
I got in trouble because I was smoking cigars. We got a memo. I said, one more cigar, and he's fired. We're going to fire him. He glances, we're going to have to cool him with the cigars. So then when we went on the air, and I started getting cigars from every girl in America would send me cigars. And people would send me cigars. So then, of course, at work, didn't mind the cigars.
And Richard's task was much more difficult because he was the quieter, stronger, more solid kind of hero that was built into those characters.
I found him a very sensitive person and introspective.
I certainly would have liked to have a little bit more of the Starbuck energy to just a little bit of that to bring. It's almost like taking seasoning and spicing up your omelet. You know, everybody needs a little bad boy in them.
I can't wait till we get to that gambling deck. I got an insistent I can't lose.
Can't lose.
Nope. Richard was very involved from the beginning, was cast in the show from the beginning, sort of, and he was the central character, and, you know, he was the son of Lorne Greene, Adama, you know, and that was the dynamic of the show. And it was very serious. See, I came along and always did the light, always looking for the humor and the comedy and the life, which drove Richard nuts.
But why worry about personality when a good socialator was available?
I was called a socialator, which was pretty much a hooker, a space hooker. And in the pilot, this is pretty much, it was a kid's show. So they figured socialator would kind of soft pedal it and it would go over the heads of the little kids. And I think once it aired, they went, no. If we're going to do this as a pilot, we're not going to have a hooker as a major character. So once we got through the pilot and I was going to stay in the series, they decided I would become a nurse.
Maybe socialator wasn't a great idea, but Apollo couldn't shake the transient love style. Jane Seymour, who played Apollo's wife, left the show to pursue a film career.
I thought Jane Seymour was the most beautiful woman I'd ever met in my life. And when she left the show, I really wanted her to stay on the show, and she left. And I was really kind of downhearted at that, because she was a terrific actress, and I just had a natural chemistry feeling for her.
Yeah. He's so romantic.
All right, Hatch had a broken heart, but in TV, the period of mourning is as long as a commercial break.
Anne Lockhart came on a few episodes later, and I guess they were feeling sorry for poor Apollo and wanted to give him somebody to hang out with, and Anne came on, and fortunately, Anne is one of those not only beautiful women, but she's kind of a man's woman, you know? She understands men.
She was wonderful to play because there was a dichotomy there. She had to present this strong image, and underneath it, she was really awkward emotionally.
So while Apollo was busy sorting out his love life, Larson is figuring out a way to get more kids to watch the show. How about a cute furry thing?
We wanted to do a robot for the little boy when his dagger is killed during the destruction of the planet. So the engineers whipped something together. The Daggett resulted in a conversation where we wanted to have the best aspects of an organic creature like a dog, but the enhanced capabilities that a robot would have to be able to grab stuff and carry out tasks that a dog wouldn't just physically be able to do. We've got this wonderfully talented little monkey and built the suit around the monkey.
The chimp would not listen to the trainer, and the trainer took the chimp and took it off stage, and you heard kind of a whack, 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 and chimp noises, And then the chimp docilely came back on stage with the trainer.
Not cool. This guy's laughing about the abuse of an animal, but let me back up real quick. I want to interject a couple things. Jane Seymour, they said that she left to do movies. I think I mentioned this in what I've written for you tonight, so I'll probably get to it later, but she acted with Christopher Reeve in a movie called Somewhere in Time, an awesome time travel romance fantasy movie. That was one of the big movies she did after she left Battlestar Galactica, and previously she was a James Bond girl in the very first Roger Moore 007 movie. Everybody knows this, Live and Let Die from 1973. Live and Let Die. Everybody knows this. But just for those that don't, I thought I'd mention it. And she had a special introducing credit. Like I talked about King Kong 1976, had a special introducing Jessica Lange as Dwan credit. Live and Let Die had introducing Jane Seymour as Domino, I think was her name. Yeah, Domino. No, Domino, wait. Solitaire, as Solitaire. Introducing Jane Seymour as Solitaire. And I like how they jokingly brought that credit back if you're a Marvel guy or gal in the Guardians of the Galaxy Holiday Special on Disney Plus. Kevin Bacon was in that, and there was a credit introducing Kevin Bacon. Ha ha ha. I know it's not laugh out loud funny, but I thought it was amusing, and I like that they did that. It was a great little pop culture reference. Oh, so Lorette Spang, whom you heard before, Anne Lockhart, daughter of June Lockhart from Lost in Space, she was talking about playing the socialator, the space hooker. Well, I want to mention in real life, she's been married to John McCook since 1980. You soap opera fans out there, be you a guy, be you a gal, he's a soap opera legend. And before that, he was married to Juliet Prowse from South Africa, I think. And they were on Tattletales together on which airs on Buzzer sometimes, the Buzzer Network. But anyway, I just want to mention that on her personal life. She's still married to him, John McCook. Let me see what he's been on. I better get back to the clip. Let's see. Young and the Restless and The Bold and the Beautiful, where he's at now. Okay. Nobody cares about that. But in case there's any soap opera people in the audience listening, I just wanted to add that. So let's get back to this clip here. And by the way, you're listening to a 1999 rare biography of Battlestar Galactica produced for the Sci-Fi Channel called Sciography. And it's not on YouTube. This is from my videotape from the year 1999. Let's resume.
Started naming their dog.
And I can't stand how that... Let me see who he was, the guy that was laughing about the dog. Let's see.
He took the chimp and took it off stage. And
he's one of the producers. I'm not going to say his
name. Chimp noises. And then the chimp docilely came back on stage.
Now, Lost in Space had a chimp, the Bloop, as you may recall. By the way, if you're listening, I am starting to show some of the Marvel Comics adaptations and all new stories that weren't adaptations of the TV scripts of Battlestar Galactica. For my collection, I have all 23 episodes, all 23 issues of that publication. But let's continue on with the audio. Oh, and if you want to see it, go to the Nostalgic Podblast YouTube channel. Yes, I'm repeating myself. I've got to, because people tune in later and at different times. I might stop and resume. For the listener at Fistful of Radio out of Atlanta or Apple or Podbean or Spotify, and I hear from you a lot. I appreciate that. I'll be in other forums and they'll say, hey, I heard you on Podbean. Great show. Hey, I appreciate that. That means the world to me. But go to the YouTube channel and look for the first 45 years of Battlestar Galactica, or Battlestar Galactica, the first 45 years. That's what I'll title it on YouTube. And then you'll know you're in the right spot. And you can see this stuff in the background. Just shuttle search through it. The best thing to do is go to the YouTube app on your television, which you don't need anything except a Roku device or whatever, or an Apple TV box, and just get the free YouTube app or add free YouTube, and then you can search and find all sorts of fun stuff on your television. Let's listen to this. I really didn't like him joking about caning or whatever the trainer did to that poor chimpanzee. That's not right.
The trainer. I've often wanted to do that with actors.
cute furry thing never fails. Kids everywhere started naming their dogs Muffet. Here Muffet, here Muffet. Sort of makes you want to kill a Cylon.
Well, the Cylons were great villains because they were just evil, evil, evil.
It is none, Imperious Leader.
And they sounded really cool.
By your command, Imperious Leader.
I thought they sounded so cool that I would hold a tape recorder up to the TV every week and tape the episode just so I could listen back.
The Cylons were their traditional enemies from the 12 planets. We considered them advanced creatures and no less real than humans. I mean, they're just a different technology. We thought that they were reasonably scary, and we thought they played very well. But we did have other enemies. We had an episode with these pig-like creatures that trap our guys, and we did other enemies. But the Cylons were, I thought they were the neatest looking things that ever graced a movie or television screen. And people loved that. I liked them so much I used the on Knight Rider, so I wasn't about to let those guys disappear.
Most of the Cylons scenes were shot in semi-darkness of very, very little light so that they wouldn't reflect the cameras and the lights around them. If you notice that the interior of the Cylon's ship is much darker than a lot of other sci-fi spaceships look, it was because of that various reason. They were also shot in various colors of light, in reds at times and blues at times for that very same reason, and also to accentuate their strobing red eye. When the Cylon was put into their costumes, they were told to go to the men's room first.
We had more fun watching the Cylons sit there in agony, knowing that you know, the time and the challenge of getting those suits off so that the guys in those suits, these 6'6" guys, could get to the bathroom, you know, before they peed all over themselves. I don't know why someone didn't put a zipper, you know? Or maybe a tin can opener, I don't know, something for emergency.
Okay, so the Cylon urinary disposal problem was funny, but at the network, not everyone was laughing.
All right, that's the end of that segment, and I hope you're enjoying it. I love it. I think this is really well done, and then I'll have an update on the new show in just a minute. Let's continue on. This is about a 7-minute clip, continuing on. Gosh, we're almost done with this. I just think this is chock full of great information about Battlestar Galactica as we celebrate the 45th anniversary of the show.
Our story continues with Battlestar still at the top of its game. But no matter how well you do, there's always someone who's not happy.
After Battlestar Galactica hit big in the ratings started to slide. Not immediately at first. The series was still in the top 15, which is great for a new series. But you have to take into account the cost of Battlestar Galactica. This is not just an expensive series. This was the most expensive series of all time. And people had predicted it would be the #1 show of the year.
It's not easy being Battlestar Galactica. Now Larson has the bean counters on his back. They didn't seem to get the simple equation. Special effects equals time plus money.
The creation of an effect shot is a pipeline. If you don't put all the pieces into the pipeline now, you won't get anything out into the pipeline in 2 weeks.
The production schedule was so hurried, so fast, that the special effects people couldn't keep up, and they had to resort to also repeating footage. So the same shots would appear sometimes multiple times in episodes.
We didn't have the time. I mean, we were right up against air dates to generate, or the money to generate totally new shots all the time.
I don't want to hear about any problems. So the ratings are slipping. Larson needs a quick fix. He digs through his book of tricks and pulls out an oldie but a goldie. Guest stars.
One of the best guest stars on Battlestar Galactica was Lloyd Bridges, which is funny because he was one of the original choices to play Captain Kirk on Star Trek, and he turned it down because he didn't want to go anywhere near science fiction. But he ended up playing the commander on Battlestar Galactica.
I'm buying the first run. That seemed to help. But Larson needed something bigger. A star with pizzazz. Someone everyone loved. Someone who could dance.
To hear that Fred Astaire was doing that episode was, I mean, beyond my wildest dreams.
The fact that my name was on the same copy with Fred Astaire is something I never ever thought would happen in my whole life.
We became quite close, as everybody did, I think, who worked with him. He was very sweet, very wonderful, very charming, very vulnerable, and very hard-working. It was like his first job, and he didn't want to screw it up, so they would hire him back.
Astaire may have been good, but any actor is only as good as the words being put into his mouth.
If Battlestar Galactica failed to hit on all thrusters, I think the fault has to lay squarely at the feet of the writers. The writing on the show was not good.
Glenn wanted to push back the original season 1 year so he could develop all the original scripts that he probably had in his imagination or would find over the course of many months. He was not given that luxury. He had to go right into production with no time to develop stories and scripts.
Okay, let's regroup. We blew up lots of spaceships, added a cute furry thing, and tried an old answer. What more could the puppet want? Recycled movie themes?
Let's keep bringing themes that the audience looks at on a grand scale, and maybe that will pull in non-science fiction fans. So if you say it's like Shane, or it's like The Dirty Dozen, or The Guns of Navarone, it's really just a shorthand.
I think you have to realize the production was at a frenzied pace, and the writers were just desperately trying to keep up. Magnificent Warriors was a riff on the film The Magnificent Seven. The Guns of Navarone was rehashed, and The Towering Inferno was rehashed as Fire in Space.
What's a producer to do? Even the old recycled movie theme trick didn't work. There has got to be something that can save this show.
I had one ABC executive come in, she's like, got it. Next week, we'll have them discover Earth. I said, yeah, but this is about a wagon train that's supposed to take a long time to find it. If we find it, what do we do? So who cares? It will be a huge dumper.
With friends like these, who needs Cylons? So Larson has his hands full at the network. Meanwhile, back at the set, Dick and Dirk are going at it.
Don't sabotage me. He'd be doing these serious scenes, and I'd be doing all the silly stuff. He thought the show should be more serious. They wrote funny stuff for me, and I got whole episodes that were... And Richard didn't like that because the show was going off over like this. I felt like they'd been doing so many shows with Dirk's character, and I really felt like my character was being pushed way to the back. And after the first couple of episodes, he wasn't really getting a chance to really do something. And I said, you know, I really think that, you know, I would like to see some interesting situation where we can use my character. And he literally took the script and just changed the name. Dirk became Richard, Richard became Dirk, or Apollo became Starbucks, Starbucks Apollo, without changing the dialogue. That's not fair. It doesn't surprise me. And I do know that Richard was in their office trying to control what was written for whom and how many close-ups certain people got.
So Larson is off trying to save the show. He's being a pain in the butt, and Dirk doesn't really care one way or the other.
I would just show up and sit in my trailer, smoke my cigar, and show up when they wanted. I was very, very detached about it all, which made me, in some ways, great fun to be around. Richard was very intense, very involved in the show, constantly involved in the scripts and what was written for whom, and he was very involved. And I was, to this day, I have dreams. It's the same.
To make matters worse, dark forces seem determined to terminate the show.
George Lucas felt so strongly that Battlestar Galactica stole his visual concept that he persuaded Fox to sue Universal Pictures over the issue of copyright infringement.
They hate us with every fiber of their existence.
They had 83 points of similarity. One of the points of similarity that they claimed was the male pair bonding between Han Solo and Luke Skywalker, between this older rogue and this younger, idealistic young hero. That one was plainly absurd. That character, Star Wars, has been around since theatrical literature began. The rogue con man, the women love, but he's always traveling on. I mean, that's been around forever. George Lucas stole all that stuff from mythology. Another point of similarity claimed was the battle scene itself, ship to ship coming. And on that one, once again,
Even Lucas says that he drew much of that from 12 O'Clock High.
They thought they owned space. I mean, you know, it was a series in space. I mean, why did they say Star Trek was in space?
One battle at a time, Marvin. Besides, the damage had already been done. Before the end of the first season, Battlestar had claimed another casualty.
By the time I left Battlestar Galactica, I was so beat and beaten. And
That's the director who directed the pilot, Richard Cola.
Battered, that I had absolutely no consciousness of what was going on with it.
After a long, hard year, Battlestar Galactica was caught in a negative vortex and flying out of control.
This audio's pissing me off because when I was doing this earlier, converting the clips, it was perfect. I don't know why it gets so muffled. I'm sorry about that. We'll continue with it in just a second, but I guess I'll continue with it right now.
Now it's 1979. Season 1 is ending. Battlestar is still in the top 20, but that's irrelevant in Hollywood, where ratings may be gold, but profits are platinum.
At that time, they were just beginning to recognize the power of merchandising and marketing a science fiction show, and how many fans out there, you know, were going to go out and buy those toys and games.
So Universal starts selling anything and everything with the word Battlestar on it. Cash registers are ringing and everyone's happy. Well, almost.
This is a toy of the Colonial Viper from Battlestar Galactica. And a long time ago, when these things came out, a projectile would be fired out of the front of the ship. Unfortunately, a small child in Georgia ended up putting the snout of this toy down his throat and firing the missile.
Not exactly everything PR Battlestar needed. ABC's head honcho telephoned Larson.
Brandon Stoddard called me and told me that it wasn't going to be part of their new schedule. And he said, when you see what we do, which you'll never guess, you'll understand our thinking and why we had to do this. It's a combination of economics and numbers. He says, but you'll never guess. It's an astonishing move, a very bold move. I said, I'll bet you move Mark and Mindy to our time slot.
Apparently, it was not as big a surprise as we had hoped for. Shezbot, replaced by an alien in rainbow suspenders. Larson may have seen it coming, and if he did, he kept it a pretty good secret.
I remember waking up in the morning, I can't remember which morning, it might have been a Sunday morning, and my agent calling me and telling me that the show had been canceled. And I have to tell you, I had been, through most of that season, I was frustrated.
I was very sad because I wasn't done with Sheba. She had a lot more exploring of herself to do.
It was early one morning and I was watching Rona Barrett announcing the season lineup. And I heard they canceled Battlestar Galactica and I went, I thought I never got a phone call. I never got a... That's how I heard about it. I was sitting at home with my family. I was devastated.
When it hit me, and I thought, oh man, that's over with. I'm never going to do that again. I'm going to miss it. And I had a moment of reflection and nostalgia and sadness over the fact that, but that was it.
Contrary to popular belief, Battlestar Galactica was not canceled because of ratings. It was a big hit in the ratings. It's the highest rated science fiction series until The X-Files. It was canceled because it was expensive. It was way too expensive. ABC could put a cheaper show in its slot and make much more money.
When I heard that Galactica was canceled, I was devastated. I was devastated. I mean, this was my favorite show. Every Sunday night, I knew where I was going to be. And I knew that the next day, we would all talk about it. Me and all my friends would talk about the show. Now what?
That's exactly what ABC thought. Now what? The fans were shattered by the cancellation. In fact, a 15-year-old boy actually killed himself. The network needed to think fast.
Galactica 1980
This was sad. I'll read the article from the press later about the poor kid that killed himself after the cancellation of Battlestar Galactica.
was born out of a 2-hour movie that ABC agreed with me that it hadn't had a good finale. did so well again. It just went through the roof. They said, well, let's go back and do it, but the only time slot we has is 7, and can you be on the air in a few weeks?
Galactica 1980 was an attempt to continue the Battlestar Galactica universe without continuing any of the high costs of the first series. And that means that almost all of the special effects for this new series would be stock footage from the first series. This meant that you would have a whole new cast. You wouldn't have to deal with a returning cast requesting more money.
When I first heard about Galactica 1980, of course I was excited. Finally, they're bringing back my show. But when I was watching the commercials, I noticed, where's Starbuck? Where's Apollo? Where are the characters that really did it for me?
Lorne Greene called me and said his heart was broken over the fact that he wouldn't be in it. And I don't think I've ever told anybody that, but I guess I reacted somewhat sympathetically to how he felt and rehired him. But it probably would have been better in terms of the cleanness and clarity to have simply gone forward some generations and continued the trek.
Hindsight is everything, my friend.
Battlestar Galactica fans consider Galactica 1980 to be apocryphal. Not only that, they consider it to be crap. They consider it to be a terrible show, and they are joined in that belief by just about every serious science fiction writer, author, critic in the country who would probably consider it the worst show of all time.
When we would watch Galactica 1980, the next day, we would talk about how much we just couldn't stand it. And the only reason we watched it was because we just had this loyalty to the original show.
I think I would do it differently now. And I would not have accepted a 7 o'clock time slot with the kind of rules they had, which no dynamics, no this, no that, had to be educational. So it didn't give us a chance to really do the show we wanted to do.
Even now, none of us will admit that Galactica 1980 ever happened. It's a conspiracy.
So Galactica 1980 is pulled after only 6 episodes. In an ironic twist of fate, the Star Wars lawsuit that plagued the show from the beginning is decided at the end.
It is my understanding that the lawsuit was finally resolved after Battlestar Galactica was canceled, completely in Battlestar Galactica's favor.
It's a miracle.
The federal judge ruled that the two stories were completely different and that each had the right to exist.
Victory, how sweet it is. But the battle is not over yet. Battlestar Galactica may fly once more.
I think there's only 4 minutes left of this. And if you're listening, I'm showing on camera the Battlestar Galactica Marvel comic books on the screen.
So Battlestar never made it past its first season. The high budgets, instant fame, lawsuits, and ultimately its overshadowing by the more successful Star Wars. But never say die.
Since Battlestar left the air as a network show, it has been revived in syndication and in a number of novels, and it continues to sort of build a grassroots support. They manufacture the costumes and sell them, and they now have these conventions around the country.
Well, I've got a copy of the original Battlestar Galactica helmet that we made, and a shirt and jacket that's copied off an original shirt and jacket, and that we wear to conventions all over the United States.
There's over 200 websites dedicated to Battlestar Galactica. It's like you can't kill it with a stick.
So Battlestar is back. Websites, conventions, books, reruns, but no new episodes. Once again, remember, this is Hollywood, and we love to borrow. 1999 Star Wars returns, and guess who's close behind?
About 3 or 4 years ago, I began developing a new idea, a new concept for Battlestar Galactica that would literally excite people, impassion people, and give them a vision of how Battlestar could transcend the decades and move from 1978 to 1990 and 2000 and not lose the heart, soul, and spirit of that original story and character and premise.
I saw Richard's trailer at a convention, and I was amazed at what he was able to do. The effects are fabulous, and it was very, very impressive. The music was wonderful, and all of the fans that were watching just stood up and cheered.
So now, more than 20 years later, Hatch wants to bring Battlestar back, but there's a slight problem. It's not his to bring back.
I don't know why he went out and spent money on something he didn't bother to get the rights to. That would be like my going out and doing a version of Star Wars.
Battlestar, to me, is such a great story. I can't imagine going away from it again like they did in 1980. I want to come back to what millions of fans around the world have communicated to me through my webpage, through all the books, through all the interviews, that they are dying to see those original characters.
My feeling is that Richard Hatch is absolutely passionate about reviving the show, and I have heartfelt, tremendous respect for that. But I also feel that intellectually, I have to be in the camp of the artist on this one, who is the birth mother, so to speak, Glenn Larson.
As a parent, you want to sort of protect that which would be next if you were going to do it. And right now, we're in discussions with Universal on a number of approaches to what we want to do next. One of the things that has been explored is an IMAX version, which might in fact lead to a longer 2-hour version of the movie. Having gone in that direction, we have a script at this point that I think is quite fascinating. It's not what I would call a shooting script yet, but it's very magical. It's got some wonderful things in it that are both old and new.
He certainly has the right to do that, and I guess that's the direction they wanted to go in. So for me, that was just fine. You guys do the Commander Kane and Pegasus story. I want to work on the Battlestar Galactica story.
Well, Battlestar Galactica doesn't come back as Richard Hatch and Glenn Larson need to. I mean, there are still egos involved with this show, which drives me crazy. I watch it then, I watch it now, and it's destructive. The energy should be one family, one show. Let's just get it done. That should be the mantra, whatever it takes.
I just wish we could all come together to create the most powerful, most exciting, dynamic Battlestar, and make it the Battlestar that it was not capable of being 20 years ago. But now with the technology available, now with the marketplace being established, the receptivity for this show, this story, there's never been a better time to bring this back.
There's parts of me that say, oh no, we're not going to get back in that inferno. I would envision that if we did an IMAX and a movie, that one day it could come back as a television series, but we want to do it right, and so it may be a while before we're quite ready to make announcements. But we're working at it, and it's a labor of love.
And like all labors of love, the battles never end. When we return, you'll see who has survived and who hasn't.
Okay. The rest is pretty visual. Let me see what this is.
We can't afford to stay in one place.
I want to talk about the origin of the Cylons and how it relates to us here in 2023, 2024, whenever you may be listening. AI, artificial intelligence, all the problems we're having. It was pretty much predicted in Battlestar Galactica, and I should have led with that. And man, I got so irritated listening to those clips when it would get muffled. I don't know what the heck happened, because the audio of that sounds perfect at my end. I don't know what happened. So hopefully it was still audible, but I'm with you. If you were irritated, I was more irritated when that happened. But I got another quick clip I want to play. This will have better audio quality, but this is 40 seconds long. This is Lorne Greene talking about the origin of the Cylons, and this is fascinating. This is from a home video release from back in the day, and yeah, this is cool. And then I'm going to play a scene that was cut from the theatrical release of the pilot of Battlestar Galactica, where Apollo is explaining to Boxey the origin of the Cylons. But listen to this first. Here's the voice of the great Lorne Greene.
Somewhere at some time in our galaxy, there evolved an intelligent race of serpents known as Cylons. First, they created machines of superintelligence, the Cylon Centurions. Then they created the ultimate in machinery and technology, a ruler known as the Imperious Leader. But due to a slight error in their programming, the Imperious Leader turned against his creators and ordered his subjects to exterminate all human life forms. Thus began a war with the Cylon Centurions that embraced all of the human race in the star system.
I love that. Now, this is from my Blu-ray of the original 3-hour pilot. Again, this scene was cut from the theatrical print and the theatrical version released in Canada and the U.S. of Battlestar Galactica. And I think this is a key scene. Let's listen.
We can't afford to stay in any one place for too long.
Why? Why does people want to hurt us? What we do to them?
It's not what we did to them. It's what they fear we could do. You see, they're not like us. They're machines. Created by living creatures a long, long time ago.
If they're machines, why don't we just turn them off?
Boy, I wish we could. These machines aren't all that simple. You see, some machines are so advanced that they can function better than a lot of living creatures.
They're not smarter.
In some ways, they are. They're programmed to think a lot faster than we do. On the other hand, they're not as individual. We can do a little more of the unexpected. It's not the only advantage we have.
Why did we make them?
We didn't. Another race did. A race of reptiles called Cylons. After a while, the Cylons discovered humans were the most practical form of creature in this system. So they copied our bodies. But they built them bigger and stronger than we are. And they can exchange parts so they can live forever.
Maybe the Cylons who created these machines could turn them off.
There are no more real Cylons. They died off thousands of yarns ago, leaving behind a race of super machines. But we still call them Cylons.
Will that happen to us too? Will our drones and machines take over?
We are very careful not to make our drones quite that intelligent or independent. Present company accepted, Muppet. As a matter of fact, I think we better have this drone checked. He's been listening awfully closely.
Why would they cut that scene? That's a key scene that never should have been cut from the theatrical release. And for years, that's all you had available on VHS, on Laserdisc, was that version. And it ran sometimes on cable on HBO, the theatrical cut. And it explains what's going on. It was in the original 3-hour television premiere. But damn, that is a key scene. Totally key scene. I don't know if I want to play. I guess I'll play some of this too. I know you're probably documentaried out, but let me see if I can get this to go for you. Just a couple moments of it. This will be better audio quality than what I played of my exclusive bit. Let me see here.
Mark, not easy now. Come on, we have to keep him.
Do I do something?
No, you wait.
This is called, on YouTube, if you want to watch this and find this for yourself, BSG Documentary 1978. I don't think I can play that theme. I'll get in trouble with the damn bots. No. I thought I'd pull that for you. All right, let's let it roll. I'll roll the dice.
This man.
This is a blooper. He forgot his line. Remembering Battlestar Galactica. Reason we're doing this, by the way, if you're tuning in late, it's in the rearview mirror now, the 45th anniversary of the debut of Battlestar Galactica. And again, because of AI, I think the show's significant. It's not just a ripoff of Star Wars. It's talking about machines wiping out humanity. And we've got some real fears here in reality. And the people that watch these shows were nerds like me, or like you, or people like Steve Jobs, God rest his soul, people like Bill Gates, and the people that work with them and work for them who are advancing AI at an alarming rate. It's the whole basis of a writers and actors strike, mainly the actors strike, because AI can replicate anyone's image. And it's really scary when you think about what can happen in court. Evidence could be submitted in court cases that's phony audio, even phony video, much less getting wiped out down the line. But let's listen to just a little bit of this documentary. I won't bore you with another long documentary. I think the last one was great. I just wish the audio was perfect as I intended it to be. It got all muffled at times, pissed me off, but let's listen.
There's this epic story, and yet the character stories and the relationships between these characters was endearing. I was a little tiny cog
in a very big wheel.
I'll always cherish the opportunity and the honor to have worked with so many legendary performers.
And there were some big guest stars in Battlestar Galactica. I've compiled a list. Talk about that in just a moment. And then I've got other things beyond Battlestar Galactica. This entire Podblast is not solely about Battlestar Galactica and its 45th anniversary of its premiere on September 17th, 1978. It's really not. What I like here is you're going to hear the voices of other stars that weren't in the previous documentary I shared with you for my collection. Noah Hathaway's in this. Terry Carter's in this. I'm not going to play the whole thing because this whole thing's about 40 minutes long, but just let's listen to a little bit of it right now.
We're talking about the famous, never forgotten, epic space odyssey adventure series called Battlestar.
And it was good. It started good. And it didn't get campy. I mean, Galactica 1980 did, but the first season of Battlestar Galactica maintained its integrity throughout the whole thing. And by the way, whom you're listening to right there, Richard Hatch, he passed away some years ago. So you're listening to him from beyond the grave here, captured for all eternity in this documentary.
Galactica, produced back in 1978.
Battlestar Galactica was a huge
Ann Lockhart.
show. It was just mind-boggling. It was so big.
We were on the cover of every major national, international magazine.
Oh yeah, that was touted around the country, around the world.
We had so much hype.
Herb
It
Jefferson
was
Jr.
one of the biggest events ever on television. I believe they had 60, 70 million people watch the original episode air on TV. And I think it was either number 4 or number 5. It was the highest rated network sci-fi debut ever in history.
So it was a huge launch. And in the middle of that was Lorne Greene, which in the story of Battlestar Galactica, he was the guy that kept us all together. It was true of the production too. So he kept everything sort of steady. And we all kind of, were finding our ways around him.
For us, it was kind of getting to know one another, and it happened kind of fast and kind of organically.
One of the biggest problems we had shooting Battlestar Galactica was the fact that there was very little lead time because we were forced to go to series so quickly, and I believe Glenn wanted to push it back a year. ABC wanted it now, and it changed from a mini-series very quickly into a series, which meant they had to really rush and prepare scripts. Imagine being in the 4th hour of the miniseries and realizing within a couple of weeks you're going into series and having to develop now a whole series of scripts and a story arc to take this series into 24 episodes.
We did some good things. It was a killer. I mean, we were working around the clock. Sometimes you beg for a bullet to put me out of my misery with this. It was tough. It was tough to get those things out in the time we had.
We were getting scenes at the last minute. We were getting scripts at the last second. Right before you're going to shoot. Hey, here's the rewrite. Wait, we're shooting.
Oh, sometimes we got the rewritten pages the day after we'd shot it. We'd already shot the other stuff and they sent new pages and we did this yesterday.
We spent a great deal of time learning the changes, and it really kept us all out of trouble because we didn't have time for a social life. We were so busy learning what we had to do.
There's one scene that we're all sitting around a table having a strategy meeting. We literally had been given those pages that morning. If you look at the scene, there's an awful lot of deep thinking going on. There's a lot of people going, well, I think, and then I think Herb actually rocks back in his chair and does this, and he's looking at the post where his words are.
There was a point where we would shoot 2 or 3 episodes at a time, and scripts, we were writing it literally as we went. 5 minutes before we would get on camera, they would, hand us new dialogue, new pages, and we'd learn them. And I mean, there would even times where they would mess the pages up, and we get pages from the other script, and there was so much chaos going on sometimes where you just didn't know which end was up.
And we were running back and forth, and we'd go in and look at the pages and go, okay, what show is this? What's happening now? It was kind of crazy.
I remember it was Monday, and we were waiting for a go-ahead on our next script. Wednesday afternoon, about 3:30, or maybe even later, we got the go-ahead to write Murder on the Rising Star. We had a log line. We had murder occurs, blah, blah, blah. We had no story. That had to be finished in Mimeo Friday morning at 7 o'clock. We didn't go home.
I quite honestly don't believe I even had a full script before I started shooting. So a lot of the decisions were made on basically what we had. We were pretty much kind of like on the run the minute we got it.
Glenn and Don Belisario were both under the gun to get them done, to make them exciting, interesting, and humorous. And I think it was hard. A lot of times you had to think on your feet.
Sometimes we'd have to shut down for an hour while the actors went away and learned their lines, and while I tried to figure out what the devil to do with the scene in the first place.
I mean, first of all, it was the biggest thing on American television, you know, that was being shot at that time. It was the first time they really went for a movie.
Imagine doing not only a series, but a series on the epic size and scope of a theatrical movie on an hourly basis weekly.
The conflict was to keep the pressure off of everybody. My job has always been to give the crew, all the actors, everybody, a chance to do what they do as well as they can possibly do it, so that they can be creative to the best of their ability.
Find the control center? We found it, all right.
Where?
There! Let's go!
I never before or after that had an experience like that. It's really what film is all about, the magic.
Pretending the sets and the costumes and the Cylons and everything was so real. You walk onto the set and you feel like you're a part of what's going on. And
Noah
for some
Hathaway.
reason, I'd always been friends with special effects people, and I always thought that was really neat. So they would always show me how they did it and let me play with the little flashes and the explosions.
Of course, when the special effects are done right, as in our case, we had John Dykstra, the best of the best, doing all the special effects for us. The realities they created was extraordinary.
I think it was a little groundbreaking at the time. They didn't have the advantage of what they have nowadays with the CGI, computer-generated imagery. We didn't have that luxury. We had matte shots and some miniatures.
The interesting thing about making Galactica is that some of the scenes were very mechanical and were all composed in the camera. The bridge is a combination of a live set. It's a combination of the actors who are playing on that and the effects guys who set the charges and the effects guys who set the beams to drop into place. It's what is on the monitors themselves and all of those sunk to 24-frame camera and the front projection screens that all had to time to what's going to happen in front. So it was interesting in terms of timing to try to put all those things together and composite in the camera. Other times, certainly when the compositing didn't really happen in the camera, we were talking about the attack of the Cylons that we shot down in Long Beach, where the Cylon ships came in, and that was all digital and composed even before we went and picked the location. The shape and form of the flight of those was already something that John was developing, because it took a while frame by frame to animate that. So he said to me, here's what they're going to do. They're going to come in like this, they're going to come in like this. We said, okay, then we can put the charges here and put the effects people in here. So it was be able to create then that part, which was composed in the camera and left to send over to Apogee and to John to put the Vipers in and put the streaks that came down and hit the mechanical charges.
A lot of it was matte. It was a black screen. Later they would put a matte into the camera and show what world they wanted back there. Some of it was from projection. Like in the Vipers, they had loops projected behind us. And we would sit in our Vipers and then in front of a screen in the middle of a sound stage. And a guy running around with a broom. You go, look over here, now we're down here. I said, well, where are the Cylons aircraft? Which way do we look? And they go, well, hold it here and then hold it up there. I had a great deal of difficulty doing the Viper shots when we first started. It was so antiseptic. First of all, you were just alone.
I just hope the Pegasus is still around when you get there.
And they saved it all until usually Friday. And you do all the Viper shots in one day. And you just sit there and they do scene after scene after scene after scene.
I got him on the right.
I got him. Apollo, no, look out, look out!
It's all right, Apollo, I'm picking him up.
Dive! Oh, frack!
Felger car.
Cut!
And there were times when we'd have 2 or 3 guys on each side of the cockpit mock-up. And if we were meant to bank left or right or nose up or nose down, they would physically just yank you this way or yank you that way or lift you up a little bit.
We all wanted to get in there, go boom, shoot through space at light speed. I built it up into this extraordinary experience, and I was couldn't wait to get in the Viper and fly through space, but it was nowhere resembling the fantasy. And then they pulled a joke on me because they actually had 2 of these Vipers, and so one time I'm flying through space and trying to be serious, and all of a sudden I'm looking out the right side and I see another Viper, and it's going the opposite direction, and it's sitting next to me. I'm supposed to be going breakneck speeds, and he's slowly going by, and I look over and it's Dirk.
And he does this wonderful double take because all the ships are going the other way except for him. I don't know if they turned the cockpit mock-up around or something. It's terribly funny.
It was challenging to get the background plates to time with the actors, or the actors to time with the background plates, as the case may be.
Action.
Right here, Apollo.
The loops that they used on the projection behind us were very short. That's the thing, you'd have 3 seconds or 6 seconds to watch it react and then say your line.
And action. Starbuck. Holy frack. Apollo.
All right, let's do it again. Ready, and
Action. Starbuck. Holy frack. Apollo.
throw all around us. Okay, ready, one more. We got one more.
Maybe I should get us. Action. Starbuck. Holy frack. Apollo.
Okay, cut.
I can do love scenes in 3 seconds, but I couldn't do the Viper shots.
Make believe like it's wonderful. Now let's go.
Starbuck did have sex in the show, but there was only one really kind of love scene.
In the pilot,
we shot that scene, by the way, 2 ways. One with my shirt on and one with it off. It was great fun. We giggled a lot.
Listen, if it goes for 30 or 40 seconds.
It was great to have those love scenes with somebody that you really liked, you know.
They called and they said, we have to reshoot the launch tubes. And I said, why? And they said, well, you guys are having a little too much fun. We were laughing so much, and Starbuck had his shirt off.
Oh, Cassie.
Becky. The network went, this is the kid time. We can't, Starbuck shouldn't have his shirt off. That implies something else is going on in there, and we just want it to be a romantic, sweet thing.
Okay, cut it, that's fine.
You know, when you think of moments that were memorable to you, one was Triad actually playing it. We got to play it. I mean, we'd hang out on the set, and while they were setting up, and we were all evolving the game, so we were actually playing games against each other. That was an extremely fun day.
They put us in these, like, jock straps. They were so embarrassing. We were nothing more than hunks of flesh. We were beefcake. There was exploitation of male sexuality.
Action! Starbuck! Take it easy. Take it easy. Take it easy.
And I've had a baritone voice since I'm about 13, 14 years old. You got into that doggone thing. I mean, these things were so doggone tight, I thought I was going to turn into a tenor, man.
Well, Lorette and I just had the best time with those boys in those Triad uniforms because they came out in little Speedo shorts with hockey helmets on, and we just teased them terribly.
I mean, she has a much more vivid memory of this. And it was the whole thing about those costumes that the guys wore were a scream. You know, they just cried out for you know, teasing. I mean, these guys had been in these great warrior costumes with their laser guns, and then they come in these little funny Triad things with their little helmets and their little ears sticking out, and they were so cute. And so we kept trying to think of funny things to do.
There's the shot where both Dirk and Richard are about to go into the arena of, you know, to play their Triad game, and us girls are standing behind them like, you know, you go guys, you go win this Triad game for us girls. And they turn and look at each other and give one of these heroic, let's go into the field of battle looks to each other, at which point Lorette and I grabbed the back of those little Speedo pants and went, yank! And we gave those boys wedgies. They still remember.
She's the instigator on that one, but we laughed so hard. We felt that we had the upper hand in that situation.
pretty funny stuff. By the way, if you're listening, I am showing some collectibles on camera for the viewer on YouTube at the Nostalgic Podblast YouTube channel. Want to explain, I've got other stuff I wish I had grabbed from storage. I have the Mattel action figures sealed, carded, unpunched, for the Cylon and Muffet and all the major characters, the Imperious leader. And I wish I'd brought them. I may read maybe next year, right? For the 46th anniversary, I'll show them, but they're in storage in a tub, airtight tub. And thank God for my mom. She bought Kenner Star Wars figures and the Battlestar Galactica figures and didn't tell me. Now, I had some I could play with that I opened, but she bought another set and kept them sealed. How cool is that? God, Ma, I love you. I know she's not watching this show and won't. Some of the things I say make people wince, including myself. But anyway, I just thought I'd share that. I wish I'd brought that to show you. Next week, I'll grab them, and I won't talk about Battlestar Galactica next time. I'm probably going to have 2 guests for you, but and we're going to talk about comedy and SCTV and Saturday Night Live and whatnot. A totally different topic. But I do have those figures, which are kind of neat to see. They're like totally mint condition. I should have them graded. But let's get back to a little bit more of this documentary as I show more of my collectibles and magazines and things, Battlestar Galactica comic books for the viewers. But listeners, hey, I appreciate you being there. And this is an audio program more than a visual one anyway. Just saying.
With the guys.
The raid on Gamorre, when we all parachuted in our very slick-looking black leather spandex outfits. We all thought we were so hot in those. And hockey helmets again. God bless Jean-Pierre Dorliac. He was the most creative designer.
That was where I got to get out of my med tech uniform. They were hot, but they were, you didn't care. I mean, Annie Lockhart and I were so thrilled to have something like that and strut around a little bit and have laser guns.
There were lots of, explosions going off, and we did have our lasers, our handheld lasers, and there was lots of, ducking and hiding. So it was pretty cool.
Sheba, take him!
We had skydivers. They actually jumped right over Cal State Northridge, and they came in and landed right on the money. For the actors scene, they had a crane, and they had us in a full harness, and they just swung us down to the ground, at speed, of course, firing the lasers, blowing up the Cylons.
Bit visual here. I'm going to cut this clip. I'd refer you, if you want to see more, hear more, go to YouTube and just search on YouTube BSG Documentary 1978. Good stuff. I just wanted to play some of the other voices that weren't in the previous documentary that I shared with you. So, let's see what I got next. As we celebrate the 45th anniversary of Battlestar Galactica, I made some notes for you of some notable anecdotes about the series. To me, the best part of the music, aside from the main theme and my favorite piece that showed the episode title and the guest stars and the main actors, was the Cylon attack music, as we heard in the premiere episode when Zach, played by Rick Springfield, was blown up in outer space by a Cylon, and he was blown away. And there was a dramatic scene with Maren Jensen as Zach's sister crying, and her mascara's running, and she's just acting her heart out. It's just a great, great emotional scene. And I want to play just a little bit of the music by Stu Phillips for that scene. And they use this music throughout the show whenever you saw the Cylons, particularly in outer space. Their ship was called the Cylon Raider. The good guys' ships, the Colonial Warrior ships, was called the Viper, the Colonial Viper spacecraft. And you heard in the previous documentary, it's true, how they used to have a projectile, and some kid choked to death on it, and Mattel was sued, so they had to reissue the toys. The Cylon ship and the good guy ship, you press a button, and a little red plastic piece would go flying in the air, and some kid put it in his throat and choked. Supposedly. I don't think that's an old wives' tale because it went to court. It's not like the kid who played Mikey in the Life cereal ads drinking Coca-Cola while he ate Pop Rocks and exploded and died. That's been dispelled. That old wives' tale, or old kid's tale, I should say. But, yeah, supposedly it's true that the toy caused death, unfortunately, in some kid. And speaking of that, I'm going to read to you the article. It's very brief about the poor fan that killed himself. A little boy killed himself when Battlestar Galactica was canceled. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Then we got other topics of interest beyond Battlestar Galactica. But here is the music for Zach's death by Stu Phillips. I just love that. And they used it all the time when it showed the Cylons. I know I'm repeating myself. But it's kind of like The Incredible Hulk, that piece of music from the pilot by Joseph Harnell. Dun, 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 dun. I'm off key, I don't know why. But I used to be able to hum that. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. You know, when Banner was getting stressed and he turned to the Hulk, it's kind of like a piece of music like that would be reused pretty much every single week. But I like this piece for the Cylons. Kind of like the theme of the Cylons. Baltar, played by John Colicos, he's left the scene on the Atlantia, which is about to get blown to bits. Battlestar Atlantia.
Atlantia Death Squadron, attack!
Here's where Zach bites the dust. What was that? Dama says, "That was my son, Mr. President." And there's Marion Jensen as Athena crying, ugly crying. Anyway, good scene. I like that score by Stu Phillips, who's very underrated as a composer. Because he pretty much did television music, not any movie music. So, again, television always gets the shaft, whether it's editing out music for home video releases or later syndication music because they don't want to pay for the music. Or scenes are cut for even home video releases. Certainly scenes are cut for broadcast television. TV doesn't get any respect. It never has, compared to film. But let me see what else I pulled for you now. Yeah, I want to play this real quick. Here's another piece of music. This is where it showed the aliens, the creepy... In the pilot, the alien singers who have 2 mouths, 4 eyes, and they scared the hell out of me when I was a kid. And they're singing the song, "It's Love, Love, Love," and on Carolon, this planet that gets blown up. It's where they mine fuel. Anyway. At the end of the scene, one of these 3 space singers, aliens, hits a baritone note and it shatters a glass like a Memorex TV ad, an old school Memorex TV ad that breaks the glass. Let me get to the very end of it. It's not a very good song at all, but it's nostalgic. The big finish. Okay, you get it. There it is. Sounds like I won't say it. Am I still reverb? Hello. Okay. So right there, the deep voice shatters the glass in the scene, and Starbuck wants to get with those girls to basically be their booking agent. So, this is important, in the theatrical movie release for Canada and released in America in 1979, Baltar, portrayed by Canadian actor John Colicos, has his head chopped off by a Cylon. He's executed in front of the Imperious leader. And couldn't find the actual clip, but here's some alternate takes of that scene. And this is really cool because you'll notice Ted Cassidy is voicing the Imperious leader, android leader, sitting up atop that chair, instead of Patrick McNay, who, of course, is best known as the actor in the Avengers British spy series. He also voiced "There are those who believe that life out here began out there." He did the opening, and he acted in an episode playing like a space satanic character. He played Satan in space, for goodness sake. Scary looking dude whose real image is like a pig, like it's just creepy as hell in a 2-part episode. But you'll hear Ted Cassidy, "You right, you right," voicing the Imperious leader, and I think that sounds better than what they used in the finished version. So let me get that for you right fast, quick. And what you're going to hear is like 3 or 4 takes of Baltar being beheaded. Then when the show was picked up, they redid the scene where he's spared because they wanted him to be an ongoing villain in the show. They didn't want to just have an electronic machine as a villain or an Imperious leader. Anyway, let me find, here it is, the execution scene. And listen for Ted Cassidy. It's an unmistakable voice. The Baltar execution as originally intended, where he's beheaded.
Human remains alive. The Alliance is threatened. Surely, you don't mean me. We thank you for your help, Baltar. Your time is at an end.
This is obviously before post-production, so you're hearing just a script supervisor off camera and off mic reading the lines of the Imperious leader.
Centurion? No, you can't. You still need me.
We thank you, Baltar. Your time is at an end. Centurion?
No, you can't. You still need me.
We thank you, Baltar. Your time is at an end. Centurion?
You can't. You can eat it.
You chop his head off. Now I'll cut this scene. This is very repetitive, but wait for Ted Cassidy. He sounds great as the Imperious leader.
We thank you, Baltar. Your time is at an end. Centurion?
No, you can't. You still Thank you, Baltar. Your time is at an end.
This is pretty boring right now.
No, you can't. You still need me.
It has been 7 centons, and not one word of the humans. What have you to report, Centurion?
Nothing has been heard of the humans.
Their provisions will sooner or later force them to land within our star system. We will be watching and listening and waiting.
Man, I love that.
Known as Earth.
Now, this is the scene reshot where he's spared in the final version at the end of the 3-hour premiere saga of A Star World from September 17th, 1978, Sunday night on ABC. And you hear Patrick McNay's voice. It was used to voice that leader.
As if you don't remember,
My predecessor has left me with a difficult choice.
Your predecessor
was destroyed by your peers. A foolish miscalculation of the will of your people.
I tried to warn him. I could have helped. I could have prevented his...
Yes. I have examined your epistle suggesting you would be able to locate the humans.
Why, yeah. Oh, yes. I think, as they do, I know where they will go, what they must do.
I find your reasoning logical.
Then I am to be
spared.
To serve the Empire.
No. To serve your people. to help us extend a hand of truce. Truce? My predecessor was programmed at a time when our empire was less capable of tolerance. Now that we are omnipotent, we can afford to be more charitable. You will explain my policy of goodwill. I have spared you. I will spare them.
They are not likely to be receptive.
I will send with you a base star, entirely under your command. Lucifer?
Enter Jonathan Harris as Lucifer. Anyway, I thought that was a really great way to launch the show, and that's how the 3-hour epic began. Other highlights, and I want to talk about the guest stars in just a second. Here's a little jumping off point. I want to explain this musical note. Apparently, Glenn Larson, you heard him earlier in the documentary saying he loved watching The Fugitive. Well, surely he watched The Invaders as well, another Quinn Martin show that aired right after The Fugitive was winding down is when it began, and it continued after The Fugitive ended. Because he used Roy Thinnis, the star of The Invaders, in a special 2-part episode, Gone on Ice Planet Zero. But they also used some of the music, too, in this scene in the third story, not the third episode, the third story, because the first one was a 3-hour story. The second one was a 2-parter. So this would have been first, second, third. The fourth aired episode where like this Cylon has crashed on this planet and it injured its head. And this like scumbag finds him and discovers that the damaged Cylon will obey his command, says, by your command. And he winds up, being a gangster, basically demanding money from all the farmers and like being really unfair, like taking most of their money. Otherwise, he'll sick red eye on them. That's what he calls them, red eye. And it's like not an Old West planet, but it has an Old West feel. And there's like, a saloon, and it's like a space Western episode. Well, in one scene, this guy challenges this dude that's taken over the Cylon, and right before he gets killed, you hear a little bit of music from Dominique Frontier's theme from The Invaders, this note of dread. It's a version of it. It's not an exact ripoff. Hang on, let me play the note from The Invaders first, and then by Dominique Frontier, and then you hear it. Right here. Damn it, I messed up. Here it is. Those notes right there. You're going to hear that in this scene from that episode. And Lance Legault is the actor who's challenging the guy controlling the Cylon in the saloon and the Cylon itself. And then he gets blown away. Oh, spoiler alert. Let me, what did I do with that scene? Here it is. Let's listen.
No! A man can only be pushed so far. He can't work, bleed, and turn everything over to some fat pig! Pay tribute. Give up half your old vines. Perform like a trained agate. No more. Not this Oviner. You've had your last tribute from me. I think I have. Right. I'm not afraid anymore. One of these times, one of us is gonna penetrate that tin-plated machine with a pneumo. Maybe it will be you. Yeah, maybe it will. Hang on, Marcus.
You heard it there. It was a similarity to the music by Dominique Frontier. Those notes there at the end. So anyway, and that episode I never really liked much as a kid. When I saw it later, I liked it a lot. It's actually not a bad episode. It's called The Lost Warrior. Oh, damn, I pulled this for you too real quick. Let me get that. I pulled the 30-second little next week preview for this one. And the woman you heard there, that is Kathy Cannon, who was in a lot of shows. If anyone's seen Beverly Hills 90210, she played Donna's mother in that show. But she'd been in Chips back in the day when she was younger. She's a great actor. And she was in that Battlestar Galactica episode reacting to her brother, played by Lance Legault, getting shot to death by that Cylon, the damaged Cylon. Whenever that guy snaps his fingers, that Cylon obeys that, basically a slave driver, and he's just taking people's money in the town.
Recon probe 3 to Galactica. I am under attack.
Well, then we're gonna have to hide it.
He has a right to know.
No! I will not have Puppets going after the thing that killed his father. Spending the rest of his life as a warrior?
Boxy's lost one parent. He's not gonna lose two.
You don't scare me. Apollo, please do something. They'll kill him.
Booty's told me about your gun. Your gun is the only chance we have.
So you heard Starbucks say he's already lost one parent. Boxy's lost one parent. I want him to lose. He's not going to lose two. He's referring to Jane Seymour's character who got killed off. Everyone knows this. Spoiler alert. Man, hell, it's been out over 45 years. But that was a really sad scene with the music by Stu Phillips and Noah Hathaway crying, "I don't want her to go away." That is a very sad scene where they did away with Jane Seymour's character in the third aired episode when she left the show. So what other thing I want to talk about? Oh, sadly, Lance Legault, the actor you heard there, he's like, "I'm all going to give my money to a fat pig." He passed away, sadly, from heart failure back on September 10th, 2012. September 10th, 2012, at the age of 77. Rest in peace, Lance Legault. He was also in a really good Incredible Hulk episode I have on film from season 2 called The Antawak Horror. I just like, he was a character actor. He's been in a ton of shows. He was primarily a television actor, but he looked like Roy Thinnis. That was the other thing. He looked a lot like Roy Thinnis in that Battlestar Galactica in the scene I just played where he got killed, but he had a beard. He looked like a bearded Roy Thinnis. It was striking, the resemblance. So, speaking of Roy Thinnis, I already mentioned this. He was in a 2-part episode, Gone on Ice Planet Zero, as a criminal who redeems himself. There's a big scar on his face. And Britt Eklund, Bond girl Britt Eklund from the second Roger Moore movie, The Man with the Golden Gun, is in that as well. But unfortunately, she had like a shorter hairstyle. She looked better with longer hair. I just like women with longer hair. That's just me. But speaking of that, there's a continuity error in that 2-parter. Dirk Benedict's hair goes from long to short to long in various scenes. Clearly, he had a haircut while that was being produced. And as you know, they film scenes out of order in television and movies based on convenience and location and weather, budget, availability of actors. Many different factors would dictate when a scene is shot, and it's almost always out of order. And there's just such glaring continuity errors with Dirk Benedict in that 2-parter. Look for it if you haven't ever noticed it. I'm sure you did. If you're listening to this, if you stuck with me this long, you must be a fan of Battlestar Galactica. Now, here's another brief clip. This is just a few seconds long. There was a gold Cylon that was really cool. He was like the premier Cylon. There was only one of them, and he had a little gold Cylon Raider spaceship. But what differentiated him audibly was that he had a deeper voice. And I pulled a clip. Let me see if I can get it to go for me.
Attention, attention. His Eminence, the Imperious Leader, will be with us shortly. Attention, attention. His Eminence, the Imperious Leader, will be with us shortly. His ship has landed at the Airdome. Presenting His Eminence, our Imperious Leader. Scan for identification.
And what you're listening to now is a 2019 recreation with AI. What you heard in the very beginning was an actual clip from a scene of a 2-parter with Lloyd Bridges. We'll get to him in a minute. Lloyd Bridges returned, or joined the cast, returned, getting punchy. So that's that. I just love that voice. Listen again.
Alert ground to air stations and intercept aircraft.
Wow.
Attention, attention. His Eminence, the Imperious Leader, will be...
You know how you could recreate that? When I was a kid, did you do this? You'd get in front of a fan. Like a fan on the wall, like an air fan, to cool you off. And you talk into it, and you could talk like a Cylon. By your command. You'd sound like a Cylon talking into a fan. And I remember Chris Farley in the movie Tommy Boy, they said, Luke, I am your father. No, it's a Cylon. He was talking into a fan in a funny scene in that 1995 Paramount Pictures comedy. And he was saying, you can sound like Darth Vader. No. You sound like a Cylon doing that. Speaking of the Cylon cool voices, how about the song Funky Town? I always thought of the Cylons. I can't play much of it because I don't have the rights to the song, blah, blah, blah. But let's listen to, see if I can get away with just a couple seconds. I always considered this a song with Cylons in it. This is Lips Inc. classic Funky Town from 1980. Cylons were first, 1978, but listen, let's see if I can get away with playing this. Let me break it up. It's a Cylon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure I'm not the only one to make that observation. I'm not brilliant at all. Of course, everyone's thought of that, but I just think it's neat. Yeah, all right. Enough. I'll get busted playing that. So, another observation of mine that I liked, I loved their profane words, such as Felgerkarp, which was their version of, I'm going to say a bad English word here, bullshit. Instead of saying bullshit, because obviously you can't say that on network television on ABC, Felgerkarp, I thought that was brilliant. And then I'm going to say another bad English word, frack meant fuck in Battlestar Galactica. And I thought that was really, really clever. You knew what they were saying. That was so clever to get past the censors and not offend the kids or the parents or the religious folks or people that don't talk that way, that have more class than people that talk in using profane words and profanity. But I love that. Felgerkarp and frack. Loved it. Now, another point, actress Sarah Rush, she had a minor role, not Barbara Rush, to be confused with Barbara Rush, who played the wife of Lieutenant Philip Gerard in season 3 of The Fugitive, and she was in The Outer Limits failed spinoff, The Unknown, which aired as an Outer Limits episode, The Form of Things Unknown, a lot of other things. But Sarah Rush played Nigel. She played a young woman who basically was an air traffic controller, or I guess you'd say a space traffic controller for the Galactica. But she had a loop-de-loop hairstyle that was copied in The Empire Strikes Back by the hair and makeup people. The hairstyle for Carrie Fisher as Princess Leia, specifically in the Cloud City scenes, Lando Calrissian's Cloud City on the planet Bespin, she had a look. She wore like this little burgundy dress gown thing, and she had loop-de-loop hairs. Well, that was loop-de-loop hairstyle. That was first seen by Rigel in Battlestar Galactica in 1978, starting in like the second and third episode. She didn't have that style in the 3-hour pilot or the theatrical version of the movie version of the pilot. So notable guest stars on Battlestar Galactica included, of course, we've already talked about Jane Seymour, who left the show to work on movies like Somewhere in Time with Christopher Reeve, a great, great romance movie. It was a sleeper. People didn't discover that movie until it hit cable, till it hit HBO after its theatrical run. And it's on Tubi last time I checked with limited commercial interruption. Uncensored, uncut. Also, you had Fred Astaire, heard that in the documentary. There was a story where Starbuck thinks that the character played by Fred Astaire is his dad. You had Jonathan Harris. I already said this, but this time not as a special guest star. The credit he had on Lost in Space, but he had no credit at all doing the voice work for Lucifer. I already talked about Roy Thinnis, talked about Brett Eklund. Lloyd Bridges, I touched on that. He played Commander Kane in a special 2-part episode titled The Living Legend, which also introduced and brought to the show Anne Lockhart, June Lockhart's daughter, as Commander Kane's daughter, Sheba. Rick Springfield was killed in the pilot. We talked about that. Ed Begley Jr. had a reoccurring role early on in the show. Patrick McNay from The Avengers, talked about him. He was pretty much not really the narrator. Well, he was the narrator because he did the opening to most of the first season episodes. There are those that believe that life out here began out there. That guy. And he acted in an episode playing Space Satan. You had the original Wizard of Oz from the 1939 classic MGM movie original, Ray Bolger, the original Scarecrow. He acted in a Battlestar Galactica 2-hour episode. There was one episode that was a 2-hour episode. The very first one was a 3-hour episode. This was the only 2-hour episode, called Greetings from Earth is the title. Also in that episode was the former Tic Tac girl in the television ads, Kelly Harmon, who is Mark Harmon's sister. Pretty blonde actor. She's retired from acting now. In that same episode was Randolph Mantooth from Emergency. And you had many, many other notable guest stars. But when Brett Summers showed up from Match Game, that was when Battlestar Galactica jumped the Cylon, in my opinion. Instead of Jump the Shark, aren't I clever? The show Jump the Cylon. She played like some older woman in love with a Dama, and there were really awkward scenes between Brett Summers and Mr. Alpo Dog Food Pitchman from the Ponderosa, Lorne Greene. He was funny, man. In those clips I played in the documentary on the Dinah Shore show, you could hear the humor that he had. We're talking about, it's like, he said, what was his joke? His line on the Dinah Shore show, it's like Dolly Parton, you see it and you can't believe it, like meaning her chest. I thought that was funny. He was a funny guy, and he was on Tattletales and other vintage interview type shows. He had a great sense of humor. Never met the man. I didn't know him, didn't work with him, certainly. But from what I saw where he's, not in character, he's himself, he had a great sense of humor. By the way, more about Classic Match Game in just a moment. I have some Match Game news I want to share with you as we wrap up celebrating the 45th anniversary of the debut of Battlestar Galactica. Now, I want to play a couple outtakes, otherwise known as bloopers, a term that was coined in Bloopers and Practical Jokes for the mainstream viewer on NBC, hosted by Ed McMahon and Dick Clark. But here are some outtakes from Battlestar Galactica that I found on YouTube. Now, I'm going to go through these. I don't want these to be too visual. These are audio friendly, but pretty funny stuff. I won't play too much of it. Let me see. Hang on a second. Bear with me.
Believe that life here began out there, far into the universe, with tribes of humans who may have been the forefathers of the Egyptians, or the Toltecs, or the Mayans, or the Hizans, or the Herzans, or even the Larsons.
Glenn Larson.
Believe there may yet be brothers of man who even now fight to survive somewhere beyond the heavens.
And if you believe that, I have some land in Florida I'd like to show you.
Cut. That's not right. Get the music from this show. No. Who the frack composed this stuff?
A producer named Larson, I think.
Well, get rid of him. That's better. Tonight's episode of Battlestar Galactica stars the dramatic Lorne Greene, the fashionable Richard Hatch, the aerobatic Dirk Benedict, the impeccable Herb Jefferson.
I'm clean.
The graceful Terry Carter. Noah Hathaway as an Olympic diving champion. Lorette Spang as a sterility expert. And Maren Jensen as the girl most likely. And of course, there's a usual cast of thousands. Stay tuned for the exciting episode, We Gotta Find Earth, after this word from our sponsor.
Hi, kids. Have you tried mushies? They're really delicious. And what's more, they're nutritious. M-U-S-H-I-E-S. Mushies. Tell your parents.
That on the show was the candy that the kids liked on the Galactica, mushies.
They're really wonderful.
Looks like marshmallows.
Welcome aboard the Galactica, where our saga in space begins. Today is just another humdrum day on the fleet base ship. The usual cajolery. Just one of those days when not much is going on.
What is it? What happened?
All I did was smile.
Naturally, to run a ship like this requires a high degree of intelligence, and you couldn't find a more articulate crew.
Lousy. Oh, shit, those fucking guys.
No wonder the fucking Arabs were so ornery.
Damn right.
Think he'll come to it as a... Think he'll come to it Think he'll come to it on his own. Think he'll come to it.
Right again.
Come to it on his own.
Oh.
Commander, another Cylon sighter approaching.
But do these people ever do anything for fun?
Sure, they have their diversions.
Like ring around the rosy?
And there's the usual, romance.
Are you any good?
Top of the class.
I love you. I love you.
And the not so usual.
Starbuck, are you jealous?
Not Starbuck and Apollo.
Yeah, I guess in a way I am.
Let's watch as our daring young pilots prepare for launch.
Hey, is that Glenn Larson? See?
Nah, that's Soupy Sales.
Go.
Oh boy, special effects.
Apollo, is that you?
Great flying. They lost each other already.
Touchdown.
What a landing. Not a hair out of place.
Do you think they've found Earth?
I think they found Bonanza.
Yeah, there's the stunt rider. And that must be the bad guy. He's got a laser. He'll get Apollo. What's Apollo gonna do?
Well, it's just a wild guess, but he'll probably blow the shit out of him.
Where's Starbuck? He's missing Apollo's big moment.
Stopping for a swim. How thoughtless.
Well, at least he's not gambling his time away.
Wanna bet?
Quit stalling, Starbuck. Are you gonna call or not?
And at least he's not messing with women.
He sure gets around for a country boy.
I'm a little bit country.
Marie.
What's that?
Not Borges.
They need help, but who can save them?
And basically, it comes down to a few old-time warriors with various disabilities and the group at the bottom of the list.
Oh, no.
This ought to be a hell of a rescue.
Boy, that was some rescue.
Yeah, and that big finish with the showgirls and the tassels. Can they do that on TV?
Well, it's back to the Galactic crap. I guess that wasn't Earth after all.
Look!
Wait, this might be it. It is! It's Earth!
I refuse to believe that.
What is this, a joke?
This whole show's been a joke. Thank the Lords of Cobalt it's over.
Fleeing the Cylon tyranny, the last Battlestar Galactica leads a ragtag fugitive fleet on a lonely quest for a pickup next season.
We gotta find Earth. All we really need is Earth. When it's fear the Cylons try to install, we fight them for all we're worth. We've got a Battlestar that's superior by far to anything that Cylons have got. We'll find Earth if it's not too far. Though our odds are batting 0, we will give this thing a whirl. Sockbuck can become a hero if he's not diverted by a girl.
I might get hyper in my Viper.
We gotta find Earth. All we really need is Earth. Course, if we find it, then the series is through. We'll be searching for a new rebirth. But we gotta find Earth. Heard a lot about Earth. We just gotta find Earth.
John Colicos laughing at the end. What those reels were, like the Christmas party, back in those days, they would have a blooper reel for the cast and crew only. And unfortunately, a lot of those fortunately, actually, they got leaked to the public. Someone on the crew, someone got their hands on one of their copies or whatever. They'd be on videotape or film. Anyway, I thought that was a funny ending to the blooper reel. Like, you got to have heart. They came up with those original lyrics. It's pretty funny. But on a serious note, sadly, Richard Hatch, who played Apollo on Battlestar Galactica, passed away on Tuesday, February 7th, 2017, at the age of 71 from pancreatic cancer. The same affliction that took the life of Michael Landon back in 1991. Richard Hatch was born on Wednesday, March 21st, 1945, in Santa Monica, California. And John Colicos, who played Baltar, the human villain on the show, he died also at age 71 back on Monday, March 6th, 2000, after a series of heart attacks. John Colicos was born in Toronto, in Canada, and he died in Toronto, in Canada. John Colicos was born on Monday, December 10th, 1928, and he also passed away on a Monday. Aside from Battlestar Galactica, I remember John Colicos best from General Hospital, even more than playing a Klingon in season 1 of the original Star Trek, An Errand of Mercy, the season 1 episode that introduced the Klingons. He was the first Klingon you saw, like at least the first Klingon leader. But anyway, I remember him more than from Star Trek. I remember from General Hospital. I used to watch it after school when I was 10 years old. And John Colicos on General Hospital played a madman with a weather control machine, or device, if you will, who was going to freeze Port Charles for ransom. And this was in the year 1981, which is a great year for soap opera. That's the year Liz Taylor was in the cast. Rick Springfield joined the cast. Maybe Blackie showed up. That was a white character, Blackie, played by John Stamos. I think he showed up, and it was certainly the year of the wedding of Luke and Laura on General Hospital, which scored higher ratings than the real wedding of Prince Charles and Lady Diana that same year, 1981. I've got to play just a little bit of John Colicos on General Hospital from August 10th, 1981, and they're on an island in the South Pacific, and he has this hideaway, supposedly, and he's whining and dining all of these powerful people, and here they are talking about him. He enters the scene. I just love the panache of John Colicos. Let me just play this brief scene from General Hospital with John Colicos. Okay, hang on.
Who ever dreamed of a place like this underground?
Because Cassadine thinks of everything.
And stints of nothing. Well, I'll drink to that. This is a marvelous place.
Miklos does not do things halfway.
He certainly doesn't.
Yes, no details ever escape Miklos' attention.
What's he like?
Nikos?
Yes.
Nikos Cassadine has always been a man of mystery. An enigma. He's the head of one of the most influential families in history, and yet his life is a secret, known only to a handful of people.
He's never even seen in public. In fact, I've never seen him. Well, I'm sure he hasn't seen you either, especially on the stage. Well, he does have my movies thrown in for private screenings. Oh, I'm sure you'd like to believe that.
Please, everyone, can we enjoy ourselves? Now listen, everyone. My brother Mikos has hand-selected each one of you to be here. He has assembled us here because he believes in us and believes that we'll all share with him his new vision of the world.
What do you mean by his new vision of the world?
Or why don't we save your questions till later?
Your patience will be rewarded, I can assure you that.
Friends and associates, I give you Mikos Kassida.
Friends.
With your permission, Mikos.
Welcome. We've never met, but of course I know who all of you are. Tiffany, I'm delighted that you're here. I've enjoyed your films and have always been a fan of yours.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Nigel? General Kaluga.
Sir.
I have long been an admirer of your military exploits. I think you'll be a great help to us here.
Thank you, sir.
Corinne, I understand that you are with the General. I hope you enjoy your stay here.
I'm sure I will.
Noel. I must confess that I am a secret admirer of yours.
Are you?
I am. Patrician beauty wedded to an agile intellect is a rare combination. And the negotiating you did in Argentina last May, brilliant.
You know about that?
Maximilian von Stadt, at last we meet.
I'm impressed you know of Noel's secret negotiations in my behalf.
You are a diplomat without peer. I always follow your adventures with acute interest. Your advice in the days ahead will be invaluable to me.
I welcome the challenge.
I trust satisfied with your rooms, and that you enjoy this crystal room as I do. Just one warning. That door opens only to my touch. Please don't attempt to enter it without me. Now, do any of you have any questions?
Yes. How long are we going to be your guests here?
6 weeks.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, the weeks will fly by like days, I assure you.
6 weeks? Oh, well, I guess we'll just have to plan on spending a lot of time on the beach then. We'll just get a good tan for the winter.
We have a very beautiful place here. Saunas, jacuzzis, exercise rooms, a library, a movie theater, and many more marvelous things for your enlightenment, entertainment, comfort. The food is of the finest. I personally selected 3 chefs, the very best, from France, Greece, Italy. They will provide for your every culinary desire. Now, why would anyone want to leave such a paradise?
Oh, well, I, for one, have to get back to the,
Dinner.
Oh, yeah.
No way, honey.
Mikos, I have never been more royally entertained or fed.
I'm glad you enjoy my hospitality.
Oh, we do.
Nikos, I've got all my plans ready. I want to discuss troop deployment.
Not now. This is no time to talk business. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Oh, Victor, sweetheart, it must be a gorgeous night upstairs. Why don't we go up and take a walk on the beach in the moonlight?
Tiffany, you must be dreaming.
What are you talking about?
Well, apparently you don't know the rules, my dear.
What rules?
Settle down, darling. We'll talk about it later.
No, we won't. We'll talk about it right now. And as for you, I'll do anything I please.
We'll see about that.
Nico, sweetheart, Victor and I are going to take a walk on the beach, if that's all right with you.
No, it's not all right.
I don't understand.
I want you all to understand this. No one goes above. Ever.
So that was from August 10th, 1981, and I just love that storyline because it was a sci-fi storyline and an adventure. It lasted for weeks and weeks, and it introduced Scorpio, and man, it had a lot of action, and I like that he could freeze a city, with a weather control device. They kind of borrowed that from The Bionic Woman, also on ABC, as General Hospital was, what would that be, 5 years previously, in October 31st, 1976. No, it was a crossover. First part was on Bionic Woman. Second part was in The $6 Million Man on Halloween night, 1976. Part 3 was on November 7th, 1976. Anyway, John Houseman, they earned it, played a mad scientist in The Bionic Woman with a weather control device. So I think that's where that whole concept from that writer on General Hospital came from. But it was all in the family because both shows were on ABC, as I already stated. I'm repeating myself again. On a much happier note, because I was just celebrating, John Colicos, who's no longer with us, and Richard Hatch, unfortunately. On a much happier note, Maren Jensen, who played Athena, who looked like Angelina Jolie. She was a model and an actor, and now she's a successful business owner and has been for some time. She's looked in the rearview mirror at acting a long time ago. Well, she granted the Retro Zest podcast Curtis an extremely rare interview that is a must-hear. Go to retrozest.com to listen. I'm not going to play clips of it because this is Curtis's baby, Curtis Lanclow. And he got the interview. He worked like heck to be granted an interview. And my hat's off to him, because this is no disrespect to other podcasters out there. But, you hear the same people just bouncing from podcast to podcast to podcast. She was like the missing link of the cast. And for decades, fans have wondered what happened to Maren Jensen. There were all sorts of rumors that she gained an enormous amount of weight, which wasn't true, that she was ill, or worse, that she was no longer with us. None of that was true. In fact, like I said, she's a very successful businesswoman living in New York City now. But go to the Retro Zest podcast. Just Google search it. But the easiest thing to do is go to his website at retrozest.com, and you'll see the link to dial it up. And Curtis does excellent digital art to promote each of his podcasts. And you'll see her beautiful face from the Battlestar Galactica days. But, man, I was really impressed, and I listened to that interview. It's about an hour and a half long or so. He did a fantastic job. So, just in time to celebrate the 45th anniversary of the debut of Battlestar Galactica. The OG BG, as I say. Oh, I got an interesting piece of TV and movie history trivia for you about Mark Hamill, and it does pertain to Battlestar Galactica in a way. The last two TV projects that Mark Hamill did, which aired before Star Wars launched, which launched Mark himself into an entirely new galaxy on the big screen, were these TV shows. I'm going to mention 3 shows, but here's the last 2 he did, right before Star Wars hit movie theaters. And the first one pertains to Battlestar Galactica, as I just said. I'm talking about the show The Streets of San Francisco. By season 5 of that show, Richard Hatch had replaced Michael Douglas on that program as a main character opposite Carl Malden, who had the cauliflower nose and Don't Leave Home Without It. He did the American Express Traveler's Checks commercials. He endorsed that product for years on television. But Michael Douglas left to pursue films, and Richard Hatch took his place. So in the season 5 episode titled Innocent No More, you basically had Luke Skywalker from Star Wars and Apollo from Battlestar Galactica facing off against each other in this episode, which aired back on Thursday, February 24th, 1977 on ABC. The plot of that episode was this. A juvenile gang has caused a history of trouble for a San Francisco neighborhood. A recent robbery by the gang led to the death of a victim. Billy Wilson claims his innocence in the whole affair. Evidence mounts, and Billy's previous history of violence surfaces as the judicial systems decide on his fate. And, of course, Billy was played by Mark Hamill. And that was episode 113, and it was season 5, episode 17. And actually, there were only 7 more episodes of The Streets of San Francisco left to air on ABC at that point in time when Innocent No More ran. And I have a 16 millimeter film print of that, which I got years ago in the 1990s. I'm going to show it for the camera. Listeners, bear with me a second. Innocent No More, Streets of San Francisco. No vinegar smell, so it's in good shape. No warping. The color is faded a bit, but there it is. And I just treasure it because I don't think it's ever been released on DVD. I don't think it's streaming either. It was a Quinn Martin production, The Streets of San Francisco. And I don't know why it's not playing on MeTV. It must not be available because they play the other Quinn Martin shows on MeTV that are available, like The Fugitive, The Invaders, Barnaby Jones. But you also don't see the FBI Quinn Martin show anymore. And I think that was released on DVD. And Barnaby Jones was released on DVD. I think some Streets of San Francisco, but I'm not sure if the entire series. I should have researched that for you. I don't think it was. I don't think Streets, the whole series, is out on DVD. If I'm wrong, write me. Let me know. Set me straight on that. But this is a lot of fun on film. Because it's as if, like I said, Mark Hamill and Apollo are battling each other. And spoiler alert, Mark Hamill's character is guilty in that episode. Next for Mark Hamill on TV, just a couple weeks later, after Innocent No More aired on ABC, on that same network ABC, you had the debut of 8 is Enough on Tuesday, March 15th, 1977, and Mark Hamill played David Bradford in the first episode of 8 is Enough, which was the pilot. Now, he wound up quitting the show, and Grant Goodeve replaced Mark Hamill as the role of David, the oldest child of the 8 kids on 8 is Enough. And both of those were with his birth face before he sadly was permanently scarred in an awful car crash, which took place on Tuesday, January 11th, 1977, after those productions were made. And what happened reportedly was Mark Hamill's car flipped on a freeway in a catastrophe that left him with serious facial injuries. He never looked the same again. But we love him. I mean, he looks fine. There's been advancements in plastic surgery. Don't misunderstand. I'm not being negative. I'm just saying he did look different. And that's why in The Empire Strikes Back, everyone knows this. I know this is not news to most of the audience, but that's why you had the Wampa attack in Empire Strikes Back, strike him in the face. You see that, like, that snowman hand strike him in the face, and he's recovering in the medical center on Hoth, the ice planet, yada, yada, yada. But they had to explain away why he looks different in the movie, The Empire Strikes Back. But by Return of the Jedi, he started to look like he did in Star Wars because they, done a lot of good work with him. But that's just sad. Accidents happen. It's certainly not his fault. Really, really sad. Now, before both of those two shows aired, the 8 is Enough, which was the last thing he did on TV, and then Star Wars hit, and boom, no more television for Mark Hamill, aside from his great voice work as the Joker in cartoons and other things on television. In the Batman animated series, he was a great Joker. He's one of the best Joker voices of all time, I think, Mark Hamill. Such a talent. Love his voice. But before Streets of San Francisco and 8 is Enough, this is kind of interesting. Back on Tuesday, November 30th, 1976, after principal photography of Star Wars had just wrapped, Mark Hamill acted in front of a live studio audience on videotape in a One Day at a Time episode titled Schneider's Pride and Joy. And he played Schneider's nephew, Harvey Schneider, who's a thief. And that was in the One Day at a Time, Season 2, Episode 9 of that program. And it was the 24th overall episode on CBS of One Day at a Time of the 9 seasons. I think it lasted 9 seasons. And that was a Norman Lear show, One Day at a Time. Chad Poitier turned me onto that show, who I met in my former radio career at Cumulus. But back to Galactica. As you heard in the audio commentary and audio pieces, and I've already mentioned this, Galactica 1980 premiered on Sunday, January 27th, 1980, in the middle of the 1979 to 1980 television season, with the start of another 3-hour story, but this time not on the same evening as Saga of a Star World, kicking off Battlestar Galactica. This time it was a weekly three-part story titled Galactica Discovers Earth. And the first part, Galactica Discovers Earth Part 1, was obviously the title of that first 1-hour episode. And get this, guess who guest starred in it? Robert Reed from the Brady Bunch. He guest starred as a scientist. He had the curly hair and everything, the mustache going, and glasses in that. And there were some good aspects to this. I'm not, everyone just bags on it, but I want to talk about a couple good things about that 3-part revamping of the show. The regulars, as I've said, I got to mention this because we're talking Galactica 1980 now, where Kent McCord from Adam 12 as Captain Troy, otherwise known as a grown-up Boxy, who looks completely different because it's a different actor playing him, obviously, than Noah Hathaway. Barry Van Dyke, Dick Van Dyke's son, played Lieutenant Dillon. Robin Douglas played American reporter Jamie Hamilton on Earth, obviously. Lorne Greene reprised his role as Commander Adama. And then Robbie Rist showed up as Dr. Z in the first 3 episodes. Yeah, Cousin Oliver. That's not a good sign when you have Cousin Oliver showing up at the beginning. And then another actor I'll talk about in a minute took over that role, starting with episode 4 of Galactica 1980. And there was a really cool sequence in the very first episode of Galactica 1980, Galactica Discovers Earth Part 1, where the Cylons attack the Capitol Records building in California, which incorporated new special effects shots of the Cylon Raiders and stock footage from Universal Pictures' feature film Earthquake. And I thought that was a really cool sequence. And it turns out in the story, it's a simulated sequence showing what could happen if the Cylons discover Earth and attack it. But it's a cool, very dramatic sequence, and the special effects were good, even though it was stock footage. When you're a kid, you don't know that. It looked really, really awesome. And then Coy and Vance. Oh, wait, that's another show. That's Dukes of Hazzard. Troy and Dylan, were sent to Earth to check things out. And my book said, my TV Bible, they were there to prepare humans for the attack of the Cylons. No, really, if you watch the show, they were there to grasp the technology of Earth people compared to their own, and to show them gently their advanced technology without freaking them out. So they reach out to the top scientific brains, which happens to be in California, where the show was shot. And as I said, Troy was Boxy as an adult. Dylan was Dick Van Dyke's son, Barry, basically. He was a new character. And an actress that I liked was in the show in that first episode as an Earthwoman, played by Pamela Susan Shoop, who was in a lot of television at that point in time in the late 70s, early 80s, but she also was in Halloween 2. She's the one that Michael Myers drowned to death and scalded. That was a horrible scene, horrible death scene. And she's flopping around topless, terrible. But Pamela Susan Shoop was in the very first Galactica 1980. Another positive element to Galactica 1980 were the Colonial Viper flying motorcycles, and that was a new special effect, and it looked pretty damn good. Where they take off on a freeway, they're trying to evade Hell's Angels, a biker gang. I always liked that, and I still do. And they also had the ability to make the Viper spacecraft rendered invisible with a cloaking device. Sorry, Star Trek. But as I said, a bad sign was that Cousin Oliver himself, Robbie Rist, joined the cast as the mysterious brainchild Dr. Z, whom we learn later is half human, half alien. Now, time travel was explored in that 3-part story, Galactica Discovers Earth, as a rogue member of the Council goes back in time to World War II, Earth, to alter history. That was part of the educational part of the story. When ABC moved the show to 7 p.m., Glenn A. Larson, the creator, talked about this in the earlier clip I played. The network dictated that they have an educational element to every story. So, hence, World War II came into play. Now, as I mentioned, Robbie Rist played Dr. Z only in episodes 1 through 3 as the half-human, half-alien, a la, think, Elizabeth later down the line on TV and NBC in V, the series, the Star Child, half-lizard, alien, half-human. That's kind of what Dr. Z was, except he wasn't lizard. He was just, a hybrid. After the 3-part premiere of Galactica 1980, Patrick Stewart took over the role of Dr. Z from Robbie Rist. No, not that Patrick Stewart, as in Picard and Professor X, but another then teenaged actor named Patrick Stewart. An actress that soap opera lovers know very well, Judith Chapman, who's been on The Young and the Restless for decades. She played the alien woman that Starbuck mated with in the final episode. Getting ahead of myself. Starbuck returned in the very last episode of Galactica 1980, which wound up being the very last episode of the OG Battlestar Galactica. They brought Dirk Benedict back with a story of what happened to him. And Herbert Jefferson Jr. returned as Boomer, and Lorne Greene as a bearded Adama. Those were the only holdovers from the original cast in Galactica 1980. Should have called it Galactica The Next Generation. That would have been a more apt title. And that would have been 7 years before the premiere of Star Trek The Next Generation in 1987. Anyway, other highlights of Galactica 1980, if you will, Wolfman Jack appeared in a two-part episode titled The Night the Cylons Landed. Two-parter where the Cylons finally discovered Earth themselves. Now, the return of Starbuck that I mentioned, which I have on film, I'll hold it up for the camera. This was kind of weird. There's a friendly Cylon in it who crash lands, because it takes 3 Cylons to pilot a Cylon Raider, and 2 of them are destroyed. This one half survives, and Starbuck uses parts from the other 2 destroyed Cylons to repair this Cylon, and he reprograms them to be friendly. Well, of all people, Gary Owens voiced that Cylon. Usually it was just a nondescript voice, like I played earlier of the Gold Cylon. But I thought that was interesting. Gary Owens, and you recognize that voice from Laugh-In, he voiced that Cylon. And this final episode that explained what happened to Starbuck aired on all days of May the 4th Be With You, 1980. And it's revealed that Starbuck is the father of Dr. Z. Or, if you will, Robbie Wrist. Starbuck is the father of Robbie Wrist. Okay, stupid joke. Let me show you the reel real quick of that final Galactica 1980, The Return of Starbuck, which isn't bad, although there's some silly elements to it, like supposedly, he pregnates this alien woman played by Judith Chapman by osmosis. We don't see it. Now, of course, we're not going to see sex on TV, but I mean, it's implied it was done. Maybe that's where George Lucas got the idea for Anakin Skywalker just being, his mom being randomly pregnated. I'm serious. I never thought about that till this moment. But that's kind of what happens in this thing. World Vision syndication reel there. But that's it. That's The Return of Starbuck, the very last Battlestar Galactica of the original show. And after that, after May the 4th, 1980, in terms of new shows, for the next 2 decades, Galactica was dead. But of course, Galactica was rebooted very successfully with viewers and critics alike with a new miniseries on December 8th, 2003. 4 seasons followed, as well as a boatload of TV specials, and the Cylons were women now. This new version and vision of Battlestar Galactica was a military science fiction television series and part of the Battlestar Galactica franchise. The show was developed by Ronald D. Moore and executive produced by Moore and David Icke as a reimagining of the original 1978 Battlestar Galactica television series created by Glenn A. Larson. The pilot for the series first aired as a 3-hour miniseries comprising 4 broadcast hours in 2 parts. In December 2003 on the Sci-Fi Channel, which was then followed by 4 regular seasons, ending its run on March 20th, 2009. The cast included Edward James Olmos, Mary McDonnell, Katie Sackhoff, Jamie Bamber, James Callis, Tricia Helfer, and Grace Park, among others. And it was good. But I like the original. I like the original show. It's not the same, man. Kind of like Lost in Space on Netflix. It's not the same. Guess it's geared towards millennials and whatnot, Generation Zers. Not old farts like me, and maybe you. So that's all I have to say, finally, about Battlestar Galactica as we celebrate the 45th anniversary of the original groundbreaking show. Now, could Battlestar Galactica, could it possibly have been the best and most remembered and beloved movie ripoff TV show of all time? Let me know in the comments what you think. Certainly Breaking Away, the TV show based on the movie, didn't beat Galactica in that regard. MASH. MASH probably is the best TV version of a successful feature film. I'd have to give it to MASH. But for nerds that didn't watch MASH, you would think Battlestar Galactica. So I'll give it to MASH and Battlestar Galactica. MASH edges out Galactica. I got to be real here. As the best TV version of a hit movie of all time. And I've been enjoying watching MASH on MeTV, and it's streaming, of course. Check your local streaming listings and services. Item. We're going to move on now. The last time... Oh, by the way, I didn't say this. Damn. I've been showing on camera for the viewer listeners. Bear with me a second. All of the issues of the Marvel Comics Battlestar Galactica comic book series, which was monthly and then bi-monthly. It lasted 23 issues. I didn't show the very last issue, and there it is. The last time that Galactica was on network TV, now this is a rerun, was in August of 1980. So that comic book that's on screen now hit newsstands and comic book spinner racks and comic book shops on October 28th, 1980. And that was the end of the Battlestar Galactica Marvel comic book, coinciding with the demise of the network run in August of 1980 on network television when the reruns of Galactica 1980 ceased. So there you have it. So I've shown in this video, if you want to back it up, if you're joining late, if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook Live, just back it up if you want to see the covers, and just zap past me rambling and running my mouth if you just want to see the goods. So, I got a clip. I got to rest my throat. But last time we talked about sex symbols, men and women, from the 1960s, 1970s, and 1980s decades in movies, music, and on television. Now, due to time constraints, I left some out, not intentionally, just I would have gone 12 hours. You know me, I'm a motor mouth, especially when I'd start drinking that coffee. So I do want to highlight just two more, a man and a woman, that I didn't mention last time, and I'll revisit this topic later fully. But I mean, I left out so many key 1970s and 80s babes and dudes and studs, I guess I'd say, for the ladies and the gay dudes out there. And you know that, but one I left out was Paul Newman on the guy side. He had blue eyes, handsome, of course, talented, a humanitarian, a philanthropist, a good human being, God rest his soul. I mentioned him briefly and when I talked about Victoria Principal, when I talked about a movie that he was in called The Life and Times of Judge Roy Bean. I think he directed it too. But I didn't really go into detail, and I'm not going to go into detail now. But just I want to acknowledge that Paul Newman is one of the best actors of all time. I liked him in a movie with Sally Field, Absence of Malice, which is a pretty underrated film directed by Sidney Pollack. I really enjoyed that. And, I don't want to make this the Paul Newman show all of a sudden, but should have mentioned him. Now, let's talk about one of the 1970s female stars who made guys swoon. After this brief musical interlude, I want to play a song for you, and then I'll get to the point as I take a little break here. Catch my breath. Now, let's get back to the 1970s sex symbols. Just one. Gotta catch my breath before I talk about her. thought about who it might be. I tried to give some hints with that. I'll just tell you, I'm talking about Valerie Bertinelli. And while the song was playing, I was trying to dig up this People magazine celebrates the 70s book. And let me tell you, this book is not worth a shit. Excuse my French. I thought for sure there'd be a photo of Valerie Bertinelli. I have all of them, all the One Day at a Times on DVD. That's what I should grab. I should grab that. I just wanted to show for the viewers a picture of Valerie Bertinelli. But she's in the pop culture news of this Podblast. Let me explain. I've talked about this previously, and I'm sure you didn't hear it because I talk for hours and hours, and there's so many Podblasts out there. But there is news about her early years as an 18-year-old returning to Match Game, which my wonderful fellow game show people know all about by now. Back in August 2023, the Game Show Network, or GSN, if you will, aired 9 Match Game episodes which had not been seen since their original air date over 45 years ago. And these originally aired in late September and early October 1978. One time, because Match Game was canceled by CBS in early 1979, so it didn't even make summer reruns or anything. Now, for starting in the year 1994, Match Game reruns first started airing when the Game Show Network launched. It launched in 1994, and over time, more and more cable systems picked up the channel. So really, I think by the year 1999, 2000, the Game Show Network, they were in quite a few households that subscribed to cable services. And Match Game reruns aired. Well, for some reason, these 9 episodes were withheld from the rerun batch. It would just skip them. To be specific for my fellow game show people, I'm talking about episodes number 1309. Yes, that's 1,309 episodes, 1309 through 1317. And Valerie Bertinelli was in 6 of those Match Game episodes, 5 on CBS daytime in this batch, and 1 in nighttime syndication on Match Game PM. They used to tape 6 episodes per taping in front of a live studio audience. They would do 5 CBS shows and 1 Match Game PM. They have a dinner break in between. And lo and behold, now the rumor was that Valerie Bertinelli herself wouldn't sign a release. And I don't understand why a celebrity would have to give permission to air something that they appeared in, especially if there were like 5 other celebrity panelists. You know, how could you hold that up? So I don't know why these were withheld, but the other episodes she's not in were on the same tape. So supposedly, for whatever reason, and I didn't read a quote from Valerie Bertinelli, but a friend of the show, Steve Russo, and he's got a great Facebook group, the Fun World of Classic Television on Facebook. He told me that he read or heard Valerie Bertinelli herself say, it's not because I didn't sign a release. I don't know why those Match Games never aired. I haven't watched them all. I've watched half of them. I watched, like, of the 5 CBS shows that aired on GSN in August of 2023, I watched the first 2 and half of the third. So I haven't watched them. I was looking for maybe a moment that was embarrassing or that she looked bad or she looked stupid, and she doesn't. She's fine. She's funny, and she plays the game very well. She matches the contestants like the first 3 times in a row that I've seen so far. And up to now, all that existed of Valerie Bertinelli being on Match Game, she was only on that 1 taping of 6 shows, was a promo for the Match Game PM. I think I pulled that 30-second clip. And this is from WABC for Match Game PM, which aired in nighttime, like Wheel of Fortune and Jeopardy do these days. That's how this show, the PM version of Match Game, aired. And all you had, I played this on the Podblast before, was this promo.
Next Match Game PM, Gene Rayburn gets romantic.
Have you ever tried to blank in a revolving door?
Gets caught by Charles Nelson Riley, Ed Asner, Brett Summers, Valerie Bertinelli, Nipsey Russell, and Patty Dugaston.
What does making love mean, Daddy? Well, I'm getting such a headache.
It's all in fun on Match Game PM.
That's tomorrow night at 7:30 here on Channel 7.
So that actually hasn't aired yet, but it will, because Match Game PM is separate from Match Game 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79. Like I said, it's syndicated. It wasn't CBS or syndicated daytime, so it was nighttime. So that's the only one of the Valerie Bertinelli episodes yet to air. And, of course, I'm a Patty Duke fan, as most of you know. A lot of you tuned in. Thank you to my recent Podblast about Patty Duke and the Patty Duke Show. And it shows Patty Duke's TV guide cover from 1963 in color. That's the thumbnail image for that particular show, Podblast, the Nostalgia Podblast on YouTube. Excuse me, hiccups and all this coffee. I finally finished my coffee. Good grief, it's 2:46 in the morning. Everyone's asleep. It's college football day as we're live. Everyone who's normal, unlike me, is in bed gearing up for some college football action. Well, I won't say it. All right, so some nice person on YouTube has uploaded. So this is what's in it for you. If you care to watch Match Game, if you care about Match Game and you've seen most of them on Buzzer or GSN and you've never seen these episodes, because that's what's kind of exciting. I love when things are unearthed, like the Richard Donner cut of Superman 2 back in 2006. You know, we knew that footage existed, footage of Marlon Brando with Christopher Reeve. I won't go in. I'm going to save that for the 45th anniversary of Superman the movie, which will be on December 15th, 2023. Exciting stuff. Got exciting stuff planned there. But I love when stuff like this, because we knew that the tapes were not destroyed or erased of these Match Game episodes. Like I said, the rumor was Valerie Bertinelli didn't want these out there. That's been disproven. But it makes you wonder, why were they withheld? What's the reason? Like last week, I played proof from Heather Thomas herself that she has the best-selling wall poster of all time. Yet online, it says Farrah Fawcett does. I don't think it's a conspiracy. I think it's just incomplete information online. For whatever reason, the sales figures have not been shared on the internet. I don't know why. Heather said herself, not only did it beat Farrah Fawcett's awesome poster, and I love Farrah. This is not about Heather Thomas versus Farrah. This is reality. This is sales. I'm a salesman. I was in radio sales for years and other sales. So I love sales. I love real data, real numbers. So I think it just wasn't shared on the internet, but it was on my show from Heather Thomas herself when I interviewed her a year ago. But so I'm going to finish watching these and report back to you if I saw something unusual in the episodes that Valerie Bertinelli might be embarrassed about. But so far, halfway through, I haven't seen anything. And I thought she was awesome on the show. I'm going to play a little bit of the first time she was on Match Game from that Monday CBS show, the first one they taped that day back in September 1978. That's when it would have been taped. Aired in early October 78, her first episode. No, my bad. Wait a minute. Let me make sure I got it right. Her first episode aired on October 3rd, 1978. Episode 1311 of Match Game 78. And I'm going to play just the opening and where Gene Rayburn tries to kiss her on the lips, but she only gives him the cheek. So let me play how it sounded when the great Johnny Olson introduced... What the hell?
$100.
There we go.
Get ready to match the stars from Charlie's Angels, David Doyle.
I screwed up. Golly. Imagine that. All over the place. This is episode 1309, the introduction. This is the first of the batch of those 9 skipped episodes, just so you can hear the opening of who was on it. This is the taping before Valerie Bertinelli's week. But let me just play just the opening where you hear the celebrities that were on this show. And a couple of them have aired all these years. Just the last 2 did not. Only 3 of these 5 did, but listen.
Get ready to match the stars from Charlie's Angels, David Doyle. Brett Summers. Charles Nelson Riley. Deborah Lee Scott. Nipsey Russell. And Betty White. As we play the star-studded Big Money Match Game 78. And now, here's the star.
That's all I wanted to play. By the way, I forgot to read the article about the poor boy that killed himself when Battlestar Galactica was canceled. I've read it before. I'll get to it later. We're talking about happier stuff right now. Now, here is the first time, the episode 1311 of Match Game. And this is a lost episode with Valerie Bertinelli. She was 18 at the time. And it's kind of like, to me, it's like a lost episode of The Honeymooners, the kinescopes that Jackie Gleason kept in a vault for years as a semi-retirement fund, even though he was loaded. He held on to those for 30 years until 1984, almost 30 years, when he held a press conference and said, hey, I found these film prints, these kinescopes of live Jackie Gleason show Honeymooners skits, when up to that point in time, there's only 39 episodes of The Honeymooners, the filmed episodes from 1955 to 1956 on the Dumont Network. So to me, this is a good find. I think if you're a match game freak, if you're a game show lover like I am, it's not really about Valerie Bertinelli. I'm not sitting here lusting after 19-year-old Valerie Bertinelli. Please don't misunderstand. It's more about the show. So let's play Gene Rayburn's first words and the first taping of Match Game with Valerie Bertinelli, episode 1311 from October 3rd, 1978, which finally saw the light of day since its original air date in August 2023 on the Game Show Network.
Get ready to match the stars. Nipsey Russell, Brett Summers, Charles Nelson Riley. From One Day at a Time, Valerie Bertinelli. From The Lou Grant Show, Edward Asner. And Patty Duke Aston, as we play the star-studded Big Money Match Game 78. And now, here's the star of Match Game 78, Gene Rayburn.
Hi, John. Thank you, friend. Good bunch. Thank you for joining us here. How do you do, one and all?
We do quite well.
You're full of energy and all that stuff today. What got into you?
I'm young and beautiful.
Yes, you are.
Isn't he gorgeous?
Yes, he is gorgeous.
I don't have to worry about hair.
But listen. I'll say you don't. You ain't got any, so why should you worry about it?
What's the worry?
Speaking of young and beautiful, we have to have a proper welcome to the new kid on the block here.
Yes, we do.
From
Have
One
you got
Day
your
at a
breath
Time.
right with you, hon?
Valerie Bertinelli. I don't have a
Here
breath
you are.
spritzer.
Here
Well,
you are.
oh, thank you very much. Well,
Someone hands him some mouthwash because he usually has a Banaka spray.
all right, a little simple kiss
can
on the
burn
cheek.
that
Welcome. Nice to have you with us, Valerie Bertinelli. Thank you.
All right. So great. Not so. Was it worth it? Probably not. You're thinking, but that's a piece of TV history. TV geek like me, I get excited about that, and it's on YouTube and on two different YouTube channels. I'll talk about that in a second. Going to play now just the opening of her second episode. God dang it. And Valerie Bertinelli has like a rose in her teeth. She looks cute. And I mean, she looks like a child in this. So I'm not enticed by her. I'm really not. I just like this for the TV history. And I'm a Patty Duke fan. So I like that Patty's on there. And these are funny as hell.
Get ready to match the stars. Nipsey Russell, Brett Summers, Charles Nelson Riley. From One Day at a Time, Valerie Bertinelli. From The Lou Grant Show, Edward Asner. And Patty Duke Aston, as we play the star-studded Big Money Match Game 78. And now, here's the star of Match Game 78, Gene Rayburn.
They took the stairs away. So I had to climb up through the thing there. Okay. Is that a nice background? Hey, that is very pretty. I never noticed how pretty. Isn't that pretty? The lights are twinkling and all that.
I'm talking about his back.
So is that suit. Thank you. You all quite ready to have a go at it?
Yeah.
You, Captain?
No, that was yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Today I'm Indian.
Ah,
He's
Indians
smuggling.
today? Oh, yes, of course.
Suppose if it was a T-shirt, you'd make a big announcement.
It would be Marlon Brando Day. Here we go with Bob and Delicanti and Bonnie Ryan. Applause, applause, applause.
And Superman the movie was just about to hit movie theater screens. I guess that's why they were talking about Marlon Brando there as Jor-El. That was about 2 months. Actually, 9 weeks before Superman the movie debuted 45 years ago. December 15th, 1978. The final thing I'm going to play about Match Game, and then we're going to move on. I'm going to share with you where you can watch these on YouTube yourself. You can probably figure it out on your own, but I'm going to point you in the right direction. This is not an episode with Valerie Bertinelli or Patty Duke, but this is episode 1317, the last of this batch of 9 recently unearthed episodes of Match Game, which has not aired in 45 years. I think that's pretty cool. Let me just play the intro so you can hear who the celebrity panelists were in that episode. Let's go.
Get ready to match the stars. Greg Morris, Brett Summers, Charles Nelson Riley, Barbara Rose, Bill Daly, and Fannie Flagg as we play the star-studded Big Money Match Game 78.
Another formerly lost episode. Great audio, right? And it's in HD and everything in the HD feed of GSN, the game show network, from August of 2023. MG, the MG channel, Match Game channel, YouTube channel, uploaded that. And there's another channel too, Classic Game Show channel. And what that person did was they edited all 9 of those skipped, formerly lost episodes together on YouTube, where you can pause it, you can watch one, all grouped together. And like I said, I watched 4.5 of the 9. And halfway through the ones with Valerie Bertinelli, but the Match Game PM has yet to air, but it will because it's on that tape. So just Google search Match Game Valerie Bertinelli on YouTube, and you can find them there. Or do most of these guys on YouTube that post the Match Game episodes do it by episode number. So go by those numbers I shared with you. Let me scroll up and repeat that right fast quick. I mean, you may not care, but if you're a game show nut like me, episode 1319 through 1317, those are the formerly lost episodes, which have not run. Never run on Buzzer yet. I thought Buzzer would air them before Game Show Network because Buzzer is owned by Fremantle, who owns the Match Game Library, the Mark Goodson, Bill Todman Library of Game Shows. And, so unusual. And they have fanfare on Buzzer. When they air episodes, they listen to the viewers and the fans. And they'll have like a little mini marathon, and they'll have a promo. GSN just aired these in the rotation, like no big deal. They've been running Match Game again for a while and caught everyone off guard. They just ran. No promos, no nothing. I don't think they even knew. So that was cool stuff. So you can see them on YouTube if you want. And so, like I said, Steve, I'm repeating myself, so I'm going to not do that. I already mentioned Steve Russo denied the claim that it wasn't Valerie Bertinelli who wouldn't sign the release. But again, I wonder why these episodes have not been seen in 45 years. There must be a reason. It's kind of a mystery. So here's a fun fact pertaining to classic CBS Match Game. CBS 1970s and 80s Match Game regular panelists Joyce Bulifant, Elaine Joyce, Joanne Flug, who was a regular in the first couple of years in 73 and 74, and Fannie Flagg are all still alive. Thank the Lord. And Gary Berghoff, who was on the male side, he was a regular. He filled in for Charles in 1975 for a couple months. He's still alive. Radar on MASH. And those episodes have aired for years on GSN and on Buzzer with Gary Berghoff in Charles's seat. Now, let's see. Oh, yeah. Last week on the Nostalgic Podblast and in the Star Trek Anniversary Podblast, I shared with you the lyrics, and I sang horribly. The lyrics to the Star Trek theme, the bad lyrics written by Gene Roddenberry. I will spare you this week. But I unearthed the long-lost lyrics to the Lost in Space Season 3 theme scored by the great John Williams, then known as Johnny Williams. And I'm going to now perform those lyrics. And those lyrics were written with Dr. Smith from the first season early episodes, the nefarious, murderous Dr. Smith in mind. And so here's what the lyrics were. They were very basic, kind of like na 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 na. Journey's great lyrics, and Lovin', Touchin', Squeezin', the na na na. It's repetitive, but here are the original for the first time. Another Podblast exclusive. Like when I shared with you that Heather Thomas has the greatest selling wall poster of all time. Now, for the first time, you're going to hear the lyrics to season 3 of Lost in Space. Here it goes. Oh, I messed up. Hold on. Big surprise. Here we go. I'm gonna kill you. Gonna kill you. Yeah, I'm gonna kill you. Gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. Gonna kill you. Gonna kill you dead. Gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. Gonna kill you. Gonna kill you. Gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. Gonna kill you. Of course, I'm joking. Inspired by a crazy ex-psycho, I suppose. No, that was written for Dr. Zachary Smith, who originally was a saboteur who was using a robot. He programmed the robot to off the Robinson family one by one in the early episodes. That was completely a joke, by the way. Pretty bizarre, I admit. Now, item. I have a new feature for you I introduced last week. This is called the Cool Retro Music Video of the Week. And I can't play the song because I don't have the rights to the music. But this one actually is part of a birthday celebration. Because this week, this music video is by a girl, a birthday gal, or woman, she no doubt would prefer to be referred as. Talking about Joan Jett. Happy 65th birthday to Joan Jett. Is my reverb still on? Happy 65th birthday to Joan Jett, who was born as Joan Marie Larkin on Monday, September 22nd, 1958, in Wynwood, Pennsylvania. The music video I want to highlight right now is Do You Want to Touch Me? Also referred to as Do You Want to Touch Me? Oh Yeah, which was a cover of a song by English glam rock singer Gary Glitter. Troubled, ill, mentally ill Gary Glitter, written by Glitter with Mike Lander and produced by Lander. The reason I want to highlight the music video is I'm in the Atlanta, Georgia area, and that music video, the crowd shots, were taped at Six Flags Over Georgia in 1982. Remember that? Where people were on each other's shoulder. Well, my next door neighbor, Larry Hutcherson, God rest his soul, he was in that music video. And he pointed out to me, I remember watching that video back in the 80s, and he go, there I am, look. And it was a crowd. I mean, it cracked me up because you could barely make him out. And he was like, I'm the guy in the white polo shirt. And they were like, long sleeve shirt with the sleeves rolled up. There was like 30 guys wearing white polo shirts. I'm on the shoulders of that dude. I'm like, all right, Larry, I believed him. But it was like, look, man, can you see me? I'm right there. God rest his soul. I love Larry Hutchinson, my former next door neighbor in Marietta, Georgia. Odin's Way. So getting back to Do You Want to Touch Me? Oh Yeah. Obviously was later covered by Joan Jett, but back in 1980 for her debut solo studio album titled Bad Reputation, released in 1981. But the cover song was released as a single on July 23rd, 1982 in the United States of America. Following the success of I Love Rock and Roll nearly 2 years later, the song was finally released as a single in the summer of 1982, and it reached number 20 on the Billboard Hot 100 charts that September 1982. But in Canada, the Joan Jett hit spent 2 weeks at number 8 on the charts. And Joan Jett's version of the song appears in a 2008 TV commercial for Hewlett-Packard's Touch Smart computers. The commercial was withdrawn when the company learned that Gary Glitter, now a convicted blank offender, I don't want to say it, had written the song. Isn't that weird? Joan Jett's Collateral Damage of that perv. On October 29th, 2008, it's an important birthday of someone I know. It was reported that Gary Glitter would receive 100,000 pounds in royalties from Hewlett-Packard for the advertisement. But getting back to Joan Jett's version of Do You Wanna Touch? Yeah, that would have been a good anthem at a football game, I think. Kind of like Queen's We Will Rock You, We Are the Champions. I think that'd be a great... Do you want to touch down? Do you want to touch down? Do you want to touch down? Am I crazy? Yeah, but I think that would be a good anthem. It was like a lost anthem. Now they play the Darth Vader March and have for decades. That started in college football. I think Auburn University was the first college band to play the John Williams Darth Vader March. Dun, 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 dun. And now it's in all the pro football games and everything. But do you want to touch down? That should have been a football thing. But in the charts in Australia, it reached number 18 in 1982. In Austria, number 19. In Canada, number 8. Already mentioned that. In Germany, number 19. In New Zealand, 11th place. In Switzerland, 12th place. In the U.S., number 20. I said that. There you go. And by the way, The Cure also did a cover of Do You Want to Touch? Yeah. Which they played several times during the Head tour in 1985. Very interesting there, I think. Item. Got to lead into my fake rant of the week. I try to keep this. This isn't really a nostalgia thing, but it might help you. I'm going to give you a tip. Have you ever gotten an error message on Instagram by a bot that says, you're doing this too much, and they lock you out of the function? So it makes that function inoperable. I'll give you an example specifically what I'm talking about. If someone follows me I don't know on Instagram, I follow them back out of a courtesy. And I noticed a tactic by social media influencer firms. What they do is they'll have someone follow you, someone who's semi-famous or an author that has a new book out or whatever, in the hopes you follow back. If you don't follow back, they unfollow you. But 9 times out of 10, if it's like a phony follow from someone with the aim to follow them back, and you do follow them back, they eventually in the week or so will stop following you. Well, I caught on to that. So once a month or so, I do a manual check to see who I follow, who also follows me. Now, I'm not talking about mega famous people like a Vanna White or something. Obviously, she's not going to follow me. I'm a nobody. But I'm talking about just average Joes that follow you, and then they stop. I never stop following anybody. Do you? So then you know it's a phony. So what I'll do is I'll just go down the list. Do they follow me? Okay, you can stay. Do you follow me? Oh, you don't? I don't know you. You're gone. Because then I'll say, okay, that was a social influencer bullshit, excuse my French, follow. So, and then I dump them. So I'm literally going down my list, and 3 times now in the past 2 months, I get that error message that I'm using this function too much, and it locks it. And I can't do that. So I just leave Instagram, and I won't go back for days, if not weeks. It pisses me off so bad. So have you had that happen to you? That's my fake rant of the week. Now, also, I have a quick update. I'm not obsessed with Julie Summers. I've talked about her the last 2 or 3 Podblasts now because she sent me lovely autographed comic books that I've mailed to her. I mailed her 2. I said, keep one and send one back, and I sent her scratch money for the postage. Well, she sent me both back, and I just think she's great. Well, I told you last time about a gentleman named John McCollum. He tipped me off. He says, you've got to see an episode called Thriller, the British version from the 70s. A season 3 episode that Julie Summers is in titled I'm the Girl He Wants to Kill, which is kind of like a Twilight Zone, maybe a little darker than a Twilight Zone, maybe more like a Night Gallery. And it's shot on film and videotape. Anyway, and it was great. Well, since then, another Julie Summers update. She was all over the place on MeTV recently. She was in The Fugitive opposite her character's husband. I had said it's the character's fiancé before in the episode where William Shatner plays her husband. Talked about that. But then also later that same week, I didn't know this was going to happen. She was in a Barnaby Jones rerun from 1979 titled A Design for Madness, where she plays an heiress and people are like messing with her medication to make her think she's going crazy. And that was her second job working on Quinn Martin's Barnaby Jones opposite Buddy Ebsen, by the way. The first being a 1974 episode where she sang in an episode titled Dark Homecoming. But then this past week, her Perry Mason episode aired, which I caught. And that originally aired on March 25th, 1965, titled The Case of the Careless Kitten. And the actor who played her fiancé in that, not husband, it was a fiancé in that story, was Alan Reed Jr., who is the son of the voice of Fred Flintstone, Alan Reed Sr. And it was a great episode of Perry Mason. I think it was from the 8th season of that program. And also in that Perry Mason was Alan Melvin, the future Sam the Butcher in the Brady Bunch. It's just a fine episode. But I'm going to move on, but I want to play just the opening. I want to play, to be consistent, Julie Summers' credit of the second appearance she did in Barnaby Jones. I like the theme by Jerry Goldsmith. I know I'm a weirdo, but I want to play it. And I'm going to play it right now. It's just a minute long. And when did this episode air? October 18th. October 18th, 1979. Let's listen.
Barnaby Jones, a QM production, starring Buddy Ebsen, also starring Lee Merriweather, Mark Shera, with guest stars Julie Summers, William Kirby Cullen, Richard Doyle, Regis J. Cordick, with special guest star Lynn Carlin. Tonight's episode, Designed for Madness.
QM Productions. They had sold to Taft or something. But you heard her sweet little voice there. Pull! She's skeet shooting her character in that episode. But, man, that was a wicked one. What they did to her character, like drugging her. And I'll eat that curly whirly bar in a minute. I was going to do that last week, and I forgot. And she's like, they have her, like, slit her wrists and stuff. And, man, it's a bizarre episode. I hated to see it. And, God, I hope she stays with us a lot longer because she's a sweet lady and what a talent. And, I'm enjoying watching Matlock, as you know, and Future 7 of 9 was on there in a 2-hour episode, or two-parter. It was a two-parter originally. Man, Jerry, I couldn't believe she was on there. But it's just a good show. It's a good show. And the episodes after she had quit the show, because they changed locations from California to North Carolina, when Matlock left NBC and went to ABC, and she chose not to continue with the show, as did her other co-star. So enough about that. I sound like I'm obsessed. I'm not. I'm just over the moon how generous she was. Gonna mail her a Christmas card, then that'll be it. Saying thank you, but that'll be at Christmas time. And that's it. And then I won't bother her anymore. And that was Hank Sims' voice with doing the credit there. Now let's see. I've got to mention our friends at Remind Magazine real quick. With their offer, $1 an issue. How's that sound? Let me put this on camera. And then I am going to read that terrible story about that boy who killed himself back in 1979 when Battlestar Galactica was canceled. But we've got to talk about our friends at Remind Magazine really quickly. Check my mailbox to see if the latest issue was here. It's not. So I featured this cover last time, and it's a great issue about 1970s fall television. Look at that cover if you're watching on camera on YouTube and the Nostalgic Podblast YouTube channel. But I want to remind everybody within the sound of my voice about a special deal, which will expire soon. Before you know it, it'll be the holidays. And you can give a whole year of Remind Magazine for the first year for only $12. No tax, no postage, straight up $12. Your gift recipient will think of you all year long, and they'll think you spent a hell of a lot more than $12. Sorry, family show, family product. Heck of a lot more than $12. What is Remind Magazine? I'm glad you asked. It's a monthly magazine, as in each and every month, 12 issues a year, loaded with interesting articles, games, full-color photos, interviews with your favorite stars, creators, and personalities, and lots more. Remind Magazine offers fresh takes on popular entertainment from days gone by. And each issue has dozens of brain-teasing puzzles, trivia quizzes, classic comics, and monthly themed features from the 1950s to the 1990s. That's their wheelhouse, and it keeps your mind fresh doing those puzzles, crossword puzzles, and the like. And it's just like the old days of getting Dynamite magazine in the mail if you're a Generation Xer like me, or Highlights magazine if you're a boomer, Sports Illustrated. Good stuff. Here's how you can order. You can order over the phone, old school, by calling toll-free, of course. Everything's pretty much toll-free in the continental U.S. 855-773-6463. And a kind order specialist will assist you with your subscription. And you can use a Visa, MasterCard, American Express, or Discover card over the phone or on their secure order page, remindmagazine.com. That's remindmagazine.com. And please mention the Nostalgic Podblast when you order. And their covers are always the best. Look at that. Great covers. Great design work by their art department. Now it's time for the old-fashioned expression of the week. This week, the expression is keep your shirt on. Last week it was hold your horses, talked about the origin of that. This week it's keep your shirt on. And to keep your shirt on means to stay calm, to be patient, to refrain from panicking or losing one's temper, which I used to do all the time, but I've gotten a handle on it as I've matured. The idiom, keep your shirt on, is most often used as an admonition. You're admonishing someone. It was first used in the mid-1800s as a term that most probably stems from the fact that at the time, most men only owned one or perhaps two shirts in their entire wardrobe. And before taking part in an altercation, a man would remove his shirt in order to spare it from being ruined or soiled or bloodied. I added or stained with sweat or whatever. So the act of removing one's shirt would serve as a signal that a situation was becoming heated. Telling someone to keep his shirt on indicated a de-escalation of tension. There you have it. Now, I usually would show some items of my collection, but I kind of have shown pretty much everything on camera that I care to, so we're going to move on. And I would always play the Tubes song, She's a Beauty. Not going to... I usually would talk now about some fallen folks, but fortunately there's not anyone that's passed away, so I guess I'll take this opportunity to read that news article from yesteryear, from 1979, about that Battlestar Galactica fan who killed himself. And the headline is, Boy Lived and Died for a TV program. And this is serious. I'm not making light of this, believe me. St. Paul, Minnesota. The parents of a 15-year-old boy who jumped 200 feet to his death from a bridge after the television program Battlestar Galactica was canceled by ABC. His parents say the boy's whole life had been wrapped up in the space show. Quote, I hope we never, ever see it on TV again because it would just crush us, unquote, said Dawn Seidel, the boy's stepmother, on Saturday. Services for the boy, Eddie Seidel Jr., were held Friday. He jumped to his death early Wednesday morning after telling police from his perch on the high bridge railing that he was upset because Battlestar Galactica had been dropped by the ABC network. I talked about suing ABC or doing something, Mrs. Seidel said, but my husband said to just leave things like they are and not to make a big hassle out of it. I know it's not their fault because they had the program, unquote. Eddie was deeply absorbed with space subjects. His room, Mrs. Seidel said, was filled with posters, magazines, plastic models. Yikes, like mine is. This room here, my home studio room. And other paraphernalia about Battlestar Galactica. Quote, they made a lot of money off him, unquote, she said. Quote, he bought everything put on the market. He also took tape recordings of all the shows, unquote. Eddie's world was wrapped up in the program that he viewed in his own bedroom on a television set that he bought. His father, Edward Seidel, described Eddie as a sometimes brilliant boy who could not find enough in life to keep him interested. The father said that about 4 years ago, after he learned Eddie had been sniffing gas with friends, that he sent him to a psychiatrist. Quote, the psychiatrist said he was just kind of bored with life, that there was nothing here for him to excel in, unquote, Seidel said. Quote, there was no real challenge here on this earth, unquote. His stepmother said that he got B's and B minuses. I'm sorry, he got B's and B pluses. It had a B and a minus. That's why I said that. Forgive me. His stepmother said that he got B's and B pluses in school and an occasional A, but that he was mostly bored with classes. Seidel said his son had come home from his job as a supermarket stock boy about 5 p.m. Tuesday, apparently in good spirits. The boy went to his room to watch television. The family did not see him the rest of the night. When his 19-year-old sister, Crystal, passed Eddie's door later that night, she found a note, his last will and testament. He'd gone off on his motorbike. He told his parents in the note that they would find his body under the high bridge, a half-mile long, 2-lane link between downtown St. Paul and the suburb of West St. Paul, Minnesota. The Seidels arrived there about 10 minutes after Eddie had jumped and landed on the ground beside the Mississippi River. Seidel said that when Eddie learned last spring that Battlestar Galactica was being canceled, he asked ABC to keep it on. The last rerun of the program was shown August 5th, and of course the tragedy is it returned in another form as Galactica 1980. Just a few weeks after he took his own life. It's sad. It's really, really, honest to God, sad after all these years. I mean, just the total waste of that. And I want to talk about, this is a local radio person who passed away. I'm not trying to be a downer, but I just want to say something about Moby. That was his on-air name, Moby in the Morning, here in the Atlanta, Georgia area on WKHX, Kicks Country, 101.5 FM, 100,000 watt radio station. This guy owned Morning Drive, and he was paid a lot of money. And I got to meet him late in his life at WTZA Radio, And at Fistful of Radio, he did a live show for Stefan at Fistful of Radio with Steve Mitchell, who was an on-air personality at 96 Rock, WKLS, 96 Rock FM. And they had great chemistry. They were great friends. Friend of the Podblast, former co-host Al Hardy was his producer, Moby's producer early on. We're a nostalgia show, so I won't go too long about this, but I got to see a comedy show, a comedian named Jim Gossett at a restaurant formerly known as Houck's Grill in the Roswell, Georgia area about 3 years ago. And I sat with Moby and his family and his wife and daughter, had a great time. And he treated me with respect. He was kind. He was funny. If you listen to his radio programs, Fistful of Radio, I've been running his last shows he did for Fistful of Radio. His last show, he talked about, I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow. He found out at the doctor's appointment he had stage 4 diabetes. And so he had to change his diet radically. And I just, God bless Moby. His real name was James Carney. And he had a part in the movie, which I was really impressed by, Talk Radio from 1988, I believe. I bought it on DVD just because of him. It's kind of a creepy movie. It's like a shock jock who pisses off the wrong person on the air in that movie, and terrible things happen. It's kind of like, not to get off topic here, it's kind of like Whatever Happened to Baby Jane. People are leaving rats and stuff, just doing terrible things. And I think that movie was geared at Howard Stern. But James Carney, you meant a lot to me. I appreciate your friendship, and I'll always keep those recordings. I have all the Fistful of Radio recordings you did with Steve Mitchell. Going to play them, going to treasure them. And thanks for taking my call. He put me on his program with Steve Mitchell, or Steve did. Steve took my call. So God bless Moby. And I mean that. And as we're live, I'm waiting to see if there's going to be a public service. I would love to honor him and pay my last respects to him at his memorial service. So let's get back to the nostalgia and the fun side of things here. Oh, I want to mention that WKLS, the brand of Kicks Country, was a multi-generational, multi-decade brand destroyed when it was renamed The New Country 1015. They never should have done that, because Kicks was a play on the call letters WKHX. That was a huge F up, but I digress. The nostalgic toy of the week, we're wrapping up the show in just a moment, is something near and dear to my heart, and it was called the Kitty Rama Cartoon Theater, which was a coin-operated booth. Like, those booths you put a coin in, you have pictures taken with your sweetheart or your buddy when you were growing up? Well, this thing would play classic cartoons, typically a Universal Studio cartoon. I remember watching Chilly Willy, Woody Woodpecker. Those are the ones I remember in this machine. When you're a kid and you just put a quarter in it, and it runs on Super 8 16mm film, and it would play one cartoon for you. And anyone unfamiliar with these, let me just say, you could watch one of 3 7-minute cartoon shorts. It would alternate and rewind the film and then show another one. And I have vivid memories of one of these in Sears stores and in little shopping malls in the 1970s and even the early 80s. But it would show like Woody Woodpecker and the artwork on the box. Anyway, it's not really a toy, but that's going to be my toy of the week. I'm saving the other one for next time when I have my guests, hopefully early October 2023 here on the Podblast. We'll talk about them in a little bit. They're very impressive guests. So it's time for the TV cliche of the week. No clips from here on out. I don't think I have any clips. We've run through the clips. But the TV cliche of the week is knocking someone out with the butt of a gun. In reality, all that would do is cause a knot on your head and maybe a concussion. But you know how in those old cop shows and detective shows, a villain would just take the butt of a gun and knock someone out. And sometimes it would cause amnesia, but we've talked about that in the previous TV cliche of the week, amnesia on television. And I want to tell you something. This ties into Star Trek. Again, when I did a recent Star Trek anniversary of its debut on September 8th, 1966, I didn't talk about this. The nerve pinch that Spock did where he'd pinch someone and knock them out, Originally, that was going to be the butt of a gun or a phaser. In this case, the phaser laser gun. I always like that, phaser instead of laser. That was very original Star Trek. And Leonard Nimoy said, no, we got to come up with something. That's too brutal, too violent for a Vulcan. And so for the 5th episode in production order, including the 2 pilots, The Enemy Within, that's where you first saw the Vulcan nerve pinch, where Spock knocks out the evil half of Captain Kirk, who's been split by the transporter. So that ties into that there. And I just thought of something to tie in. Hang on. It's already in and out of my little mind. I had another cliche I was going to talk about that tied into that. Something about Star Trek. Oh, well. Next time. Oh, and I can't wait to talk about some topics I promised for when I started this show on June 15th, 2019. I talked about some topics we cover, and I said I'm going to do a Podblast about Lost in Space. I'm going to do a show about Aaron Spelling, the prolific executive producer of so many TV shows. I won't go down the list. Still going to do that, but I'm waiting. I may want to wait until I get some proper software. I'm trying to keep this show primitive visually. I want it to look like a 1980s camcorder by design. Not because I'm being cheap, but I should keep up. If I want to grow the show, I'm going to have to step it up and do like a Tom Williams type visual presentation where I can show some video clips. But the way I like it now, I like just showing collectibles, different items from my collection. I'll do that for a little bit longer. So I may save the Lost in Space. Well, the Aaron Spelling for sure, but Lost in Space I might not want to do because Disney owns the rights to classic Lost in Space, and they probably wouldn't like me playing clips anyway, so I probably couldn't do that. So I may do an old school Podblast, one camera Podblast about Lost in Space in the near future because I know all about it. And I've got collectibles galore, lunchboxes, toys, videos, all sorts of stories, knowledge, things that are in the Star Wars movies and the original Star Wars that were taken from Lost in Space, sound effects and things. Anyway, that's a whole nother Podblast. For my wonderful game show people, you know this by now, but Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune are back on the air. Jeopardy started before Wheel of Fortune did, I believe. And Jeopardy goes longer for whatever reason. They stay with all new episodes longer in the summer than Wheel of Fortune does. And this is the last season with Pat Sajak. And as we're live, I've seen multiple notices that Vanna White has signed a 2-year deal. So she'll be on with Ryan Seacrest for 2 years at least after Pat Sajak retires at the end of this season in 2024. And then Ryan Seacrest will take over as the main host of Wheel of Fortune, and she got a pay raise. And but I've seen it report. It's starting to annoy me in terms of my news feed, whether it's MSN News or multiple news sources are reporting this for days. It's been going on for 2 weeks. I see this headline: Vanna White signs a 2-year deal. I get it. I'm a fan of Vanna White. I'm a fan of Wheel of Fortune. Cool. Okay, you can cease sending me those headlines. I want to see some other news headlines in my feed. Thank you very much. Something more impactful, maybe, that affects me. Oh, dear. I got to pull this. It's time for another regular weekly segment. And I shouldn't apologize. I was going to say I apologize for rambling. I always do, though. I guess I shouldn't apologize. You do you, I do me, and I hope that you enjoy this show. I hope you learn something. This is an educational program. I try to be as entertaining as I can with my talent level, which is low, but I hope you dig it. And it makes me feel good when people say, when are you doing the show? When I'm back by popular demand, which several people have done. That's a good feeling. Let me play this for you now. I only have a couple of these, by the way, as I stall. It's time for birthdays. Everybody does birthdays. Here are some celebrity birthdays of famous folks in entertainment, sports, art, and music, both living and no longer on this earth, that I want to acknowledge. These are all notable pop culturally significant birthdays for September, which include happy 73rd birthday to Bill Murray, who was born as William James Murray on Thursday, September 21st, 1950, in Evanston, Illinois. so many classic movies. Kingpin, Stripes, Caddyshack, past, present, and future. And he's a great actor and a Chicago Cubs fan. As we're live, the Atlanta Braves are going to be taking on the LA Dodgers. I'm going to talk about that with the guests who are LA-based in a future Podblast coming right to you very soon to be announced. And I got a heavenly birthday as well. Happy heavenly birthday to Larry Hagman, who was born on Monday, September 21st, 1931 in Fort Worth, Texas. And although I Dream of Jeannie put Hagman into orbit as a star, it was the role of John Ross Ewing, JR for short, on Dallas, which permanently cemented the actor into television Hall of Fame territory. JR is TV gold, or should I say oil. Sadly, Larry Hagman passed away at the age of 81 on Friday, November 23rd, 2012, from acute leukemia. Now let's look at a general list of birthdays really quickly that I pulled up as we're live. I want to say happy birthday to Ray Charles. He was born back in 1930. Of course, he passed away on June 10th, 2004. He's from Albany, Georgia. That's how you pronounce it. A lot of people say Albany. It's Albany, Georgia. I love Ray Charles. Of course, he was blind. Just a legend. And these are September 23rd birthdays, by the way. So going back in time, depending on when you're watching or listening, happy birthday to Anthony Mackie. He was born in 1978, September 23rd, 1978, in New Orleans, Louisiana. Happy birthday to Bruce Springsteen, born September 23rd, 1949, in Long Branch, New Jersey, the boss. Happy heavenly birthday to Mickey Rooney, born September 23rd, 1920, in Brooklyn, New York. He passed away on April 6, 2014. I met him. I'll stop the tape here, the music. He had a temper. And he was shorter than I am, and I'm pretty short. But at DragonCon 2007, he's there with his wife, who was his handler. And people come up to him who genuinely respected and appreciated his work and try to talk to him, and he'd go, "Are you going to buy something? Get out of here." I mean, I couldn't believe it. And I've heard stories about people who work with him on sets about how he'd stuff, like, cash down his pants and all sorts of strange stories. You never know what to believe. I wasn't there. But I like Mickey Rooney's acting. And it's funny to see him with hair, you know, when he was a youngster in the movies. He was a big star. Mickey Rooney. Let's see who else I want. I got to say, happy birthday. He's still with us. Julio Iglesias. So all the girls I've loved before. Born in 1943 on September 23rd in Madrid, Spain. I like his music. I saw him in concert. Great show. Chastain Park in the Atlanta, Georgia metropolitan area. Happy birthday to Jason Alexander. George on Seinfeld, best known as. But I remember him in the McDLT McDonald's commercial in 1987. He's dancing around. You've probably seen it. It's on YouTube. But Jason Alexander was born on September 23rd, 1959 in Newark, New Jersey. Very notable and pop culturally significant. I got to do a post about that later after I sign off on the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group. In the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group. Happy birthday to Mary Kay Place. I loved her in a movie most people can't stand, but I like it, called Modern Problems, with Dabney Coleman and Chevy Chase and Nell Carter, the late great Nell Carter, who could sing like a bird. She was in that movie as Dorita, housekeeper. And Brian Doyle Murray, brother of Bill Murray we just talked about. But Mary Kay Place was also on Mary Hartman, talented writer. Oh, man, and pretty lady. But she was born in 1947 in Tulsa, Oklahoma on September 23rd. Happy birthday. I gotta check on my pet bunny rabbit. I don't like to leave her alone too long. I clean out her box. That's my pet. Rescue. She's been with me almost, actually 2 years now. I found her while out walking in the neighborhood. And she was about to get run over. And luckily, she wasn't a wild rabbit. She was, I guess, one that was abandoned by, or she escaped. I'll never know. Took her to a vet, got her checked out. I think she's only, when I found her, I think she was maybe a year old. Anyway, nobody cares, but I know there's a lot of animal lovers out there that might appreciate that. And I never like to see anything bad happen to a rabbit in a movie. I'll never watch those movies again. Even a horror movie I used to like at Halloween time, Friday the 13th, Part 3D, they show something bad happening to a bunny rabbit and a deceased bunny rabbit. I won't watch that. I certainly won't watch, I'm not going to be ignored. I'll just say that. I'm not watching that again. All right, so let's get back to the happy birthdays here. Didn't mean to get dark. Let's talk some nostalgia. That's it. On my list, once I get past number 50, there's genuinely not anyone of interest to me, or for that matter, most likely to you too. So those are our birthdays for this edition of the Nostalgic Podblast. Maybe I should look ahead, probably in your review mirror by the time you listen to this or watch this, but let me look at September 24th birthdays, which is was a Sunday. Let's see here. Got a great source for birthdays. Here we go. No, it's not Google. It's a site that I refer to a lot. Kevin Sorbo. Trying to see here. Hang on, baby. I hear my baby bunny wanting some hay to eat. Did you know that hay is what a bunny should eat more than anything in his or her diet? And then the vet-approved dry food and papaya as a snack. I just give one a day. And then, of course, parsley and cilantro. She loves cilantro. I get her that all the time. Okay, so happy heavenly birthday to a great artist, Jim Henson, creator of The Muppet Show, and of course he worked on Sesame Street. You know Jim Henson, the Fraggle Rock. He was born on September 24th, 1936 in Greenville, Mississippi, and I saw him on The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson. One of the first Kermit the Frog skits was on The Tonight Show. He passed away sadly on May 16th, 1990. Rest in peace to the great Jim Henson. You really made a difference, and certainly you, sir, are and were pop culturally significant. Happy heavenly birthday to Phil Hartman, who was murdered by his crazy wife who was on drugs, cocaine, in 1998 on May 28th, 98, but he was born on September 24th, 1948 in Brantford, Canada. Great talent. He started as a member of the comedy group The Groundlings, and then of course he was on Saturday Night Live. He did great skits as Bill Clinton. Co-writer of Pee-wee's Big Adventure with the late, great Paul Rubens, Pee-wee himself. God, so terrible how he was killed by his wife. That's made me pause in some relationship. I'm sorry. No, not anyone specific. I'm just saying, it makes you think, you know. God, every time I see that, just, God, to get whacked like that in your sleep. I don't know why I just said that. Jeez. Did I say that out loud? I wasn't talking about even specific. Happy heavenly birthday to Audra Lindley, best known as Mrs. Roper in The Ropers, and she was in like the first or second Love Boat movie of the week before it was a weekly series. Audra Lindley was born on September 24th, 1918 in Los Angeles, California. She passed away on October 16th, 1997. I think it was the same year Norman Fell passed away. No, he might have passed in 1998. I'll look that up. I want to say happy birthday to Ross Matthews, a funny comedian who was discovered by Jay Leno on The Tonight Show. I really like him. He was born on September 24th, 1979 in Mount Vernon, Washington. And he can do like a straight voice. He's done it before back on the Chelsea Handler Show. Chelsea Lately on the E! Network. I liked it when he'd be on the round table. He's a funny guy. He's a very funny man. You're a funny man. You're a very funny man. Let's see who else for September 24th. I'm improvising here. Oh, man. Mean Joe Green, Pittsburgh Steelers. I'm a Steelers fan. Did you know that? That's my NFL team. He was born September 24th, 1946 in Temple, Texas. And, of course, who could forget, should have pulled the clip, the Coca-Cola ad with the kid from 1980, or 79, 80. Here, kid. Gives him that sweaty jersey. He sucks down a Coca-Cola. Now, of course, it'd be water. That sugar water ain't good for you. I don't mind saying that because Coca-Cola will never sponsor me. Maybe Pepsi will. I doubt it. I'm going after some insurance companies to sponsor the show along with Remind Magazine. Need sponsors with a national footprint. Okay, well, I'm going to wrap on birthdays then. I'm a little punchy. It's the caffeine. I'm starting to say things I shouldn't. Being goofy. All right. Rock and roll, man. And I have a question for you guys in the audience. I'll pose it in the Facebook group, The Nostalgic Podblast. What was the best concert you ever saw? The best rock concert you ever saw? I won't talk about mine. I'll save it for the next edition of the Nostalgic Podblast. But when I have our next guest on, I'm going to talk about stand-up comedy again. Briefly, I've done 5 Podblasts in 2021 about stand-up comedy and comedians. So I don't want to rehash too much. They're in the archives in the Nostalgic Podblast YouTube channel. We covered blue comedians. We covered family-friendly comedians, comedians of all types here on the Podblast. But I'll touch on a little bit of a subject I covered before, and that's Saturday Night Live versus SCTV out of Canada in Chicago. And also I left out some 1980s heartthrobs and crushes like Jane Badler in the background. Those that are watching, I have an autographed picture of her. She was on V, the original miniseries written and directed by the great Kenneth Johnston, who has been on the Nostalgic Podblast in 2022, October 2022. Great, great guy. So much energy. My gosh. He is a genius. Very underrated gentleman. I've got a couple. I'm going to save for Halloween. I have written some jokes that actually aren't bad, but I'll save them for the Halloween edition of the Nostalgic Podblast. I have some zombie jokes because I was a zombie on Walking Dead. Big whoop. I was a core walker in the beginning. I got shot by Merle in episode 1.2 Guts. I'm in the scope on the rooftop. I'm the little zombie that Merle blew away. The first zombie you saw. Merle Dixon, Daryl's brother, who at the time was a terrible character before he redeemed himself in season 3 of The Walking Dead, saying racist things, doing drugs, and he's just picking off zombies, laughing on drugs, and I'm the one you saw him kill. Anyway, big deal. We shot that in Atlanta, Georgia on Baker Street. It was a fun stunt to do, though. Fun to say, hey, I can say I was a zombie on camera. Time for the nostalgic treat of the week. This is where we talk about some good or nasty, generally good throwback foods from the 70s and 80s that you can't get anymore, or even the 90s. I want to increase my footprint. I want to include millennials. Talk about your favorite food you can't get anymore. I'll talk about one off the record from the 90s I love, from 1994 by Betty Crocker. Pop chips, popcorn chips. It was a novel idea so you wouldn't get butter all over your hands. They were little like octagonal, like an octagon shaped chip, and it tasted like buttery popcorn. It was good. It was kind of like Bugles, though, in a different shape, a little bit different than Bugles. It tasted more like popcorn than Bugles did. But anyway, that's not the one we're talking about. I got some pretty interesting jingles to play for you. Let me cue them up. But I'll just go ahead and tell you, the nostalgic treat of the week, which you can't get anymore, is a bubble gum. I wish I could say, but I can't. Something that someone said to me about Freshen Up. It's the gum that squirts in your mouth. I can't say. They said something that rhymes with gum. It's the blank gum. I'll leave it at that. We're a family show. I'm not a disgusting person. I'm not a perv.
Yeah!
Let's just listen to this.
Not me. Honest, Sheriff, I didn't know that.
Now, hang on a second.
Yeah!
You not me.
You know who that is playing the sheriff? That's Sorrel Boke. 1978 commercial, right before he started playing Boss Hogg in the Dukes of Hazzard in this commercial. But let's listen to this 1978 commercial for Freshen Up Gum titled Gum Was Loaded. Instead of gun, gum.
You not me.
Honest, Sheriff, I didn't know the gum was loaded.
You didn't know Freshen Up was loaded with flavor?
She didn't know the gum was loaded. The flavor knocked me for a loop. She didn't know.
Didn't know.
The gum was loaded. It's not your ordinary chew.
Didn't you know Freshen Up loads delicious gum with refreshing liquid flavor boosters?
Now I do. Freshen Up. It's loaded with flavor.
He always played City Slickers. He was on the Patty Duke Show in an episode called Block That Statue where Kathy is in love with a football star played by M.J. Travanti, who in the 80s would star in Hill Street Blues. But he was into arts, and he was a sculptor, and Kathy was trying to get his... Anyway, Sorrel Boak played the high school football coach in that. So that's, I guess, one of the few times before he played Boss Hogg where he's doing a Southern accent that I'm aware of. Unless he was in, like, the Andersonville Trials or something I don't know about yet. I'm always learning as I prepare for this show, the Nostalgic Podblast. So that's one of 3 jingles I want to play, and then we'll talk briefly, just a paragraph, about the origin of Freshen Up Gum and what happened to it. Let me play this one for you. This is another.
Hey, what do you love about Freshen Up Gum?
Another 1978 commercial. This is starting to get embarrassing, but the third and final one is really embarrassing. But let's listen to this jingle. I'm going to start it over. 1978.
Hey, what do you love about Freshen Up Gum?
Love that squirt.
What do you love when you bite into one?
Love that squirt.
Freshen Up freshens breath with a tingly liquid center. One bite squirts refreshment all over your breath.
Freshen Up breath with Freshen Up. The gum that goes squirt.
Love that squirt.
Okay. Now here is the third and final jingle and the worst one of all. And then we'll talk about the history of Freshen Up Gum.
Here it comes, freshen up, a great refreshing taste sensation. Here it comes, freshen up, make your breath a great temptation. Here it comes, freshen up, the gum that goes squirt, the gum that goes squirt.
Okay.
Freshen up.
Oh, I know. This is from oldtimecandy.com. Freshen Up Gum history. Freshen Up is a brand of chewing gum that was first introduced by the Warner Lambert Company in 1975. The gum was marketed as a unique product that contained a liquid center that provided a burst of flavor when chewed. And there was a cinnamon flavor, a peppermint. That was my favorite, the peppermint variety. Freshen Up Gum was initially available in 2 flavors, spearmint and bubblegum. The gum's packaging featured a distinctive green and white design with a curving lowercase f logo. The liquid center of Freshen Up Gum was created using a process called encapsulation, which involved surrounding a flavored liquid with a thin coating of gum base. The gum was then coated in sugar to create a crunchy outer shell. I don't remember any crunch to it. When the gum was chewed, the sugar shell would dissolve, releasing the liquid center and providing a burst of flavor. Freshen Up Gum became a popular product and was known for its unique flavor and texture. The gum was heavily advertised on television and in print, with slogans such as, "The gum that goes squirt," and "Freshen up and chew life." In the early 1980s, Warner Lambert was acquired by Pfizer, the pharmaceutical company, which continued to produce Freshen Up Gum for several years. However, the brand eventually lost popularity and was discontinued in the United States in the late 1990s. I didn't know it was been gone that long. Today, Freshen Up Gum is still available in some parts of the world, particularly in Europe and Asia. Hey, Amazon UK or Amazon. Damn, I'm going to order some. Wow. Freshen Up Gum was discontinued. Oh, I'm confused because this article says Freshen Up Gum is still available in some parts of the world. But then it also says in the very next sentence, Freshen Up Gum was discontinued in 2019. So which is it? Oh, I don't know about this. This is kind of a sad story. But did you know that in 1976, an explosion of the Freshen Up Gum manufacturing line at the American Chicle factory in Queens, New York, killed 6 workers. The New York State Supreme Court Justice in Queens dismissed the manslaughter and homicide charges against the Warner Lambert Company and the 4 executives the following year. Yeah, he was paid off, right? No, I'm kidding. So that's your nostalgic treat of the week that you can no longer get. But I'm going to look into importing some. Like I did this. I'm going to take a bite out of the Curly Whirly bar, which is made by Cadbury in the UK and in Australia and other countries. It's the Marathon bar, which was discontinued in America in 1981. It's the same thing. No ruler on the back, but I'm going to open one. I ordered a 5-pack from Amazon UK, which I got for free using my Amex points. And since I'm a Prime member, shipping's free, even internationally. That's a loophole that'll probably be closed soon. Shh, don't tell anyone. But you can order things from Amazon UK for free shipping. That's pretty damn cool. I'm going to open this. Ooh, it's starting to melt. It's really hot in here with all the lights. But look, can you see it? It's the same texture. It's the same everything as a Marathon bar. Now I'm going to be wired. I'll never get to sleep. And it tastes just like a Marathon bar. That's gross, though, to eat into the mic. Forgive me. I'm just going to take... It's in little sections, so I'm just going to have one little section of it. So good. I was supposed to do that last week, and I forgot. Or was it the week before? Well, we've reached the end of the Podblast. If you hung in there, you deserve a reward or a treat. This was a long, weird episode. Make sure I didn't leave anything out. Best John Hughes movies, 19... Oh, that's another topic. I made notes of things we're going to talk about later. Yes, I played the Funky Town Cylon sound. I want to mention, I'll elaborate on this next time. Here's a nostalgic thing. Now, before streaming, like streaming services like free Tubi TV, which I love, for Amazon Prime or its division. Is it Freevee? Yeah, it was called IMDb TV originally, and now it's Freevee, but it's ad supported. This caramel's all over my teeth. I got to brush my teeth. I can hardly speak. That was a mistake eating that. Oh man. Before streaming services like those, I have classic television. You relied on the TV guide. And what I love about syndicated classic TV reruns is there'd be different shows in different towns. When I went to college, my college town, I was like, oh, they got the Andy Griffith Show or whatever. Like, I'm such a TV nut. I always have been a TV freak. I've had a TV in my bedroom since I was like 11. I was lucky. But I guess it made me a weirdo. My fault. I just got excited about television shows, and that was something that's kind of a thing of the past, but they still have different shows in different towns to this day. But it was kind of exciting to visit your grandparents. Like my grandparents were in St. Louis and in St. Charles, Missouri, and I'd love to see what shows they had on. Different television shows, particularly older shows, whether it's I Dream of Jeannie or something like that. This is before Nick at Night, before TV Land, before MeTV. This is like 1985-ish or something. You know, I would be like a teenager, 13, 14 years old or younger. And I love to see these shows like the Muppet Show showing up on television in St. Louis or Boston. I'd visit my cousins in Boston some summers, but they didn't like to sit and watch TV. They were outdoor people. So we did stuff like fishing and things like that. But anyway, so that's kind of a thing of the past. I'll elaborate on it later, but you catch the drift. It was neat. TV syndication of the 1970s to the 1990s were kind of neat. So now it's the conclusion of the show. Oh, hell, I want to hold this up. I did show this on my YouTube Live. I don't think I showed it for the Facebook folks. I found this strange Darth Vader collage that I made when I was a kid using Star Wars cards and Starlog magazines and things. And yeah, I don't know why it's all jagged. It's all damaged looking at the other side. This is styrofoam. Anyway, I don't know if you can see it on camera. And I found this when I was going through my storage, my units, my stuff in storage. Can't talk. There's caramels all over. Found a Darth Vader thing I colored. Darth Vader picture artwork. I did a pretty good job with that. Look at that. You see that? Hopefully it's showing up on the camera. I've always loved Darth Vader. In fact, my personal Facebook page, you see a picture of me meeting Darth Vader when I was 7 years old. It wasn't the Darth Vader. It wasn't David Prowse, but it was close enough. I thought it was the real thing. Mom took me to see him at Eastside Elementary School back in 1978. I was 7 years old. So I want to talk about our guests who are coming up. They haven't been confirmed because really excited to have these two. Fritz Coleman. If you look up Fritz Coleman on YouTube, he's been doing comedy at the Improv since the 80s, and he's well known in the Los Angeles area. He was a weatherman from 1982 until 2020. Hold on one second. I'm going to tell you about him and his podcast partner. This is a special person too. They're both very accomplished. Great credentials. I'm not going to say who. I'm not going to go into. It's nobody's business. But there was a family situation that prevented the interview from happening today. Tentatively rescheduled for October 3rd. One of the two have said that's fine. Waiting on the other one to let me know. And as I stall here. Okay. As I said, if you've ever lived in Los Angeles or visited Los Angeles, then you know who Fritz Coleman is as an on-air personality and a weatherman who worked for the NBC affiliate in the major market city, Los Angeles, California, on Channel 4, KNBC. As I said, from 1982 to 2020. But he's also a stand-up comedian. He was on Adam Carolla's show in August of 2023. His podcast is called Media Path with his podcast partner, Louise Palanker. And she's a writer, director, producer, filmmaker, author, photographer, comedian, musician / songwriter, teacher, and the co-founder of the Premier Radio Networks. How cool is that? And they will be here eventually to chat nostalgic. 2 weeks in a row, something's come up, and it's, of course, legitimate. And I hope I didn't scare them off, but I'm excited to interview both of them. I've prepared a lot of questions, and of course, it will be, of course, respectful. I'm not going to, use bad language or be weird. So I'm excited about that. That will be coming soon on the Nostalgic Podblast. And then I still have a big time director, a son. I don't want to say who he is because I've got to reconnect with him. I got COVID at the end of June, right when we were supposed to do this interview. But this is a major director of 1980s to current sitcoms. I don't want to say who he is. I've got to make sure he's still on board to do this. But he's the son of someone you know, who was on Buzzer recently. His dad, who's no longer with us, a Buzzer rerun of Tattletales aired with his father just last week. Cool stuff. So got that and some other things lined up guest-wise. I'm not really a guest kind of show, but I will do an interview. I love to interview people. You know, I'm not the best interviewer, but I do the best I can. I do research. I said do. You said do. I do research so that I don't waste anyone's time. I try to ask questions that are impactful, that maybe they haven't been asked before. I don't want it to be like a same old interview. Anyway, so now I want to just talk about shows I like that are nostalgia related. Let's talk about Curtis of RetroZest. RetroZest.com. Told you earlier, he scored the interview of the century for Battlestar Galactica fans, Maren Jensen. My goodness, Athena. And I like how they use Greek sounding names for those characters. Apollo, Athena. Sounded Greek. Well, he landed an interview with her. She doesn't do interviews. And he did a fantastic job. So go to RetroZest.com and check out his program I call the RetroZest Show. I run it on Fistful of Radio. You can hear him on the weekends on Fistful of Radio. So as we're live, you'll hear it all weekend long. Actually, in the evening, after my show, the Nostalgic Podblast, I'm usually on from 2 until 6. That's why these shows run long. It's for Fistful of Radio. But check him out. He scored that interview, and I'm so impressed. I mean, I'm not worthy. That Maren Jensen, to me, that's the, like I said earlier, the holy grail of the cast through the original Battlestar Galactica. And just listen to it. Listen to her life. She's been involved with Glenn Fry of the Eagles. They're still friends. She's had and has a great life. And hats off to you, Curtis. Also, tune into BK on the Air, which is a terrestrial radio nostalgia show. And it's converted to a podcast after the fact, as is our friend James Enstall in St. Louis, Missouri, on a huge radio station, KTRS. Get to him in a minute. But try to tune in Saturday mornings, 10 a.m. to noon Eastern Time. They're out of Cartersville, Georgia, on a heritage radio station, WBHF. It's been around since 1946 or 47. 46. I always screw that up. I should know. And it's a 2-hour show, as obviously from 10 a.m. to noon, as long as there's not a Braves baseball game preempting it, because they're a Braves affiliate radio station, Atlanta Braves. That's one thing I want to ask our LA-based guests. We'll talk a little Dodgers versus Braves action. I'm just kidding. And Geek to Me Radio, whom I just mentioned, that's James Enstall. He's on KTRS, which is a huge radio station in the St. Louis, Missouri area. He's on Sunday nights at 7 p.m. Pacific time, 9 p.m. Central, and 10 p.m. Eastern time. 1-hour show. He always has great guests, and he does a fantastic job. And, I'm grateful for him. And Barry King, the host of BK on the Air, sort of introduced me to him. Actually, he did introduce me to him, and I'm grateful for that. Also, check out a YouTuber, Thrash Pondo, on YouTube, Sunday and Monday evenings. He talks nostalgia. Check out Open by Chance Toys on YouTube with his wife. It's a husband and wife team. They go to shows, whether it's vinyl record collector shows, comic book collector shows, toy collector shows. They go to all sorts of shows all over the Southeast, and they do a wonderful wrap-up video, and then they do live videos on occasion. Check them out. Open by Chance Toys. Hey, I didn't find them out of ego because my name's Chance Bartels. It was a coincidence. I found them through the comic book collecting community because I'm, as you can see, those are all boxes of thousands of Marvel comic books in the background if you're watching on video, the video stream. I want to recommend Superman homepage. SupermanHomepage.com out of Australia is where the webmaster is. Been at this for decades. It's a huge Superman fan website of all things Superman, animated, live action, past, present, future. And they do a Monday night show. Steve Eunice and Michael Bailey. Michael Bailey's in Georgia, where I am. Live Monday night at 10:30 Eastern, 7:30 Pacific time. 1-hour show. And it's a great show. I try to tune in as often as I can. Superman homepage live on YouTube. And SupermanHomepage.com. And then throughout the week, there's content on their YouTube channel. News about Superman. There's projects going on, even with the strike. As we're live, there's a Writers and Actors Guild of America strike. Hopefully it'll be resolved soon. And if you haven't already, check out a really big YouTube channel, Dave Sundstrom on YouTube. He does excellent video content. And he's done an excellent job bringing nostalgia lovers together in a friendly atmosphere. And he does live stuff all the time. And he does excellent video. So I recommend him. I recommend Golden Rage of TV and Pat McCormack out of California. He's on YouTube. Golden Rage of TV, just like his YouTube channel sounds, it's geared towards classic television, and he's a talented guitarist as well, and he's won an Emmy Award for acting, a daytime Emmy Award for acting on General Hospital that I talked about earlier in the show, way back when I was talking about John Colicos being on General Hospital in 1981, which was the best year in General Hospital's history, in my opinion. So check out Pat McCormack, who is an Emmy winner for playing a fictional band on General Hospital. Excellent. That's it. And remember, folks, the geek shall inherit the earth. The geek shall inherit the earth. Or haven't you noticed what Elon and Bill Gates are up to these days? Have a great week.